fly to the eastern shore of Maryland, which is impossible to get to anyway. You have to cross the body of water, the Chesapeake, to get there, and it's just not easy to get there. And I went to the airport for my flight. I have a football game to do there that afternoon, as you know, and obviously we were on tape, just a few hours delay, but we taped it a little earlier for the pregame of the Yankee-Royals game yesterday. Anyway, I got to the airport for this little flight, this little 10-passenger plane to fly over the body of water down to the eastern shore.
Little commuter flight.
Right. And I got there, and no flight. It was canceled.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. I'm saying, I got one more flight left down there. And they called it off because of the winds. They had high winds. I didn't know anything about winds. It was an awful day, raining and muggy and humid, and looked like a terrible weather day. And so I prayed that the next flight would go. And all I have to do is miss it. Do I rent a car and drive and be late for the broadcast? Do I wait another half hour or so for the plane and see if the winds have toned down? So I gambled, and I went for the next plane. And in the interim, in finding out the weather report from Salisbury, where you fly into, I have a really lovely bag that you can use to hang suits in and put a lot of junk in, and and you can fold it up and you can hang it up, and it's very light. And someone stole the bag in the airport. So I was great humor. Now the flight leaves 45 minutes late, and if I get there, it's on time, it's a miracle. And I got down there at 1 o'clock. I'm doing the air at 1:15, about 15 miles away. I'm running out of the airport, and a very nice gentleman says, may I give you a lift? Because I asked, how far is Princess Anne? I'm renting a car. And he said, well, my friend is picking me up here, and he'll drive us to the college. Are you broadcasting that game? I said, yeah, Morgan State, yeah. So the gentleman who was picking him up was the chancellor of Maryland State, University of Maryland, Eastern Shore. He said to me, oh, don't worry about it. He said, the game's been canceled.
Oh!
He said, there's a tornado warning.
For heaven's sake, no.
My buddy who had driven down there the day before, lives down in Baltimore, called me up reached me at the car counter, and he said, yeah, I'm glad I got you. I said, well, I'm glad you got me too, but I'm already here. He said, well, get out of here. I know you have a hockey game that night. Get out of here as fast as you can. There's a tornado warning, and you may not be able to fly to New York. Well, anyway, I get back on the plane and fly right back. Now, I don't know anything about the Yankee game. I get to the airport, go to Lost and Found. Well, someone had picked up my bag by mistake. So it's a nice ending to that story, and my bag had been turned in. I then proceeded directly to the men's room. It was the men's room. And outside the men's room, there is a boot-black area. And the gentleman who runs it's like a 3-chair shoe shine shop, little room.
I'm glad you put shoe shine shop after the end of 3-chair. I didn't know what you were getting at. I was raised in the country.
Had a TV. That was a little more than 3 chairs. Yeah. The convenience. Right. There's a little TV set, and the Yankee-Royals game. That's where I watched it. Now, who do you think is standing there at his little area, little TV set, cheering the Yankees on? I'm a Yankee fan of my life. I looked at him, I said, that's him in my mind. And I never saw a Yankee fan. You probably know the guy. I never saw a Yankee fan in my life. I mean, he's exhorting, imploring, and we're cheering. It's the 8th inning. The Yankees are up 2-1. The Royals just scored. And I said to this gentleman, I said, is your favorite ball player Minoso? And he looked at me and smiled. He said, no, my favorite ball player is Minnie the Moocher. It was Cab Calloway. And in the night, that's a true story, I swear it. I didn't ask it 2 minutes on base, and Roy White comes up. He said he's the greatest clutch player the Yankees have. He's my man. I know he's going to get a base. I know he's going to get a base hit. He lines a double for 2 runs and Cab Calloway. I told you. Isn't that a great story?
Great story.
Do you know Cab Calloway? I'm sure you met him.
Yes. In fact, when I began in this business, starting out with the network, Bert Parks and I used to do dance band remotes at night. 11 to 1. Right. Do Benny Goodman, Tommy Dorsey.
You were working with
but incidentally, I'd like to interject a quick story because he was a great friend. A great baseball fan, and that was the late Bojangles Bill Robbins.
Right.
He was a great Yankee fan, and when he had the chance to come out to the ballpark, obviously when he had some time off or when there's a nightclub around town, anyway, the stadium. You know, he had a box, but he would run around. That's when the Yankees dugout was located back at third base. They switched to. And he had this ritual, obviously, a superstition. We all have superstitions. Of course, bears have them. He would bring with him a brown bag of salt. Pour the salt out of a salt container. For some reason or other, which I was never able to find out, he would cook the salt in water. When the water disappeared, then he would take that salt, put it into a brown bag, take it with him to the ballpark. And if things started going bad or the game was even, the Yankees got the salt on top of it, jump up on top of the dugout, and do a dance. I just thought, it just reminded me, when you talked about Cab Calloway, it reminded me of Bojack.
When I was a little kid, my daddy took me to games, and that time the Yankee dugout was at first base. I remember Bojangles dancing on top of the Yankee dugout. Now, I didn't know who he was, but my father said to me, he's a great dancer and a great Yankee fan, just like my dad is. But anyway, so you did meet Calloway at those.
I did several of his and shows, Duke Ellington.
No, Cab
Calloway. Before, Goodman and. Oh yes, I respect. I like the guy. Even Sammy Kaye. Sammy had his style of music. It wasn't but I just as people don't like whatever I may do, but he had a great many admirers, of course. Most, but just about any dance band you can name it played in New York at one time or another. I did over, for years.
About a year ago, and he did that too in the early '40s. Really, what a great romantic era of radio, because there was no television then, so there were a lot of things.
About it all is that when you did it, John, you were running a whole network.
I know.
Because you had the stopwatch in your hand, you pushed that.
Gonna make me.
At the thing, anything went wrong. You were Mr. Paley or Mr. Sarnoff, or you were it.
Those are great stories. Well, we're gonna get the story of mine. Where did I see the end of Where did I see the Yankee-Royal game? In Friendship Airport in Baltimore, outside the men's room on a little TV. That's a pretty good group of things happening. Anyway, the Yankees won it. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about tonight. Dennis Leonard, who was very, very well against the senior stopper, Ed Figueroa of the Yankees. And we'll return right after these messages.
Masks on. You're listening to the sound of one of the world's great air forces. Hydraulic systems on and checked. An air force, Russia or even America. Ground equipment clear. An air force that flies more often and to more places than any airline in the world. Yet an air force that more name. It's
M69, the very first rock and roll revival played in Madison Square Garden. More than 50 of the top stars in 20 different groups of the 1950s attended in 20 shows since then. The Rock and Roll Revival Spectacular is now the longest-running concert series at the Garden. On Friday night, October 15th.
This is 463, ready for takeoff. The next time you have a package to ship, don't just ship it with an air freight company or even a package-only airline. Ship it with an air... The shortest distance between 2 points.
As you know, this playoff preview, like the others will do, whether it's a short or a long series, and hopefully in the World Series, Carte Blanche and Emery Freight. It's 7:30 right now at WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. And this is your exclusive playoff station for New York. If you have an appetite for fine American food, go directly to Monero Steakhouse at Middle Neck Road and Northern Boulevard in Roslyn and Carte Blanche. Monero Steakhouse in the New York area, where your Carte Blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better with one of the many great carte blanche cards. Because people know carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. Your airline tickets and carte blanche your rented car. Carte blanche your hotel bill. Even carte blanche your vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you. Go carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Monero's Steakhouse Restaurant. Carte blanche it. You'll know you're going first class. Yesterday's game, the Yankees scratched 2 runs off Larry Gurr in the first inning on 2 errors by third baseman George Brett as he threw 2 balls to the runner and away from John Mayberry. Catfish Hunter pitched a fabulous game, and then the Yankees gave up a run in the 8th on a triple and a ground ball, and the Yankees scored 2 in the 9th on the double by. The Yankees won 4-1. And Mel, I'd like to ask you about Catfish. You had, for him, an indifferent year, and they say he had some tendinitis this year. But it isn't odd that a guy as brilliant as Hunter pitches better in the big games, the playoff games, the World Series games. When the Yankees got Hunter, it won't bother me facing him during the season in my division. I'm glad I don't have to face him in the playoffs if Oakland gets in. Now, of course, of at least 2 pitches. Now, you may recall someone or many more that I don't know, but 2 who pitched that way, Whitey Ford and Allie Reynolds, much, much better. Whatever playoff games they might have been in. What do you think the reason for it is? Concentration, or they give everything they have right away, knowing they don't have to pitch 2 more times that week, and et cetera?
As you know, John, in every sport, and you run into it all the time, and in fact, in all lines of endeavor, there's certain people who, there's certain ones that can't. There are those who rise to the occasion. The adrenaline flows even more. They do even better. Then they understand just the opposite of that. For example, everybody said, you put on the Yankee uniform, that makes you a better pitcher, better second. So that. I remember the Yankees made a trade one time. They spent, wasn't a trade, it was an outright cash deal. They gave the St. Louis Browns, who were still $1,000 cash for a pitcher by the name of Sanford. Now, he'd won 12 games for the Browns and win like 15 for the Yankees. And the Browns would finish 30 games out of first place, or 40. Well, he couldn't even win as many games for the Yankees. The reason? He was under the... He couldn't stand the pressure. He felt he had to win. And as a matter of fact, I'll never forget a conversation after he in this multiple player deal with Baltimore. Don Larson and Bob Turley and Jim Turner, pitcher in spring training, was talking to Turley, and I happened to be standing alongside, and it was all right for me to be listening. I wasn't being privy to a conversation I shouldn't have been. I was just interested in learning something from the standpoint of a pitching coach and a newcomer to a ball club that was a contender. At that time, Baltimore wasn't a contender.
Right. In fact, they were the St. Louis Browns a year removed.
In fact, I think it was 19 players were involved in the deal.
Right.
But anyway, the 2 that the Yankees wanted were Turley and Larson. And Jim Turner said, Bob, now listen, just because you have now come to a team that is expected to be a contender and a possible winner, we don't expect you to go out there and win every time you pitch. He said, what you've been doing so far in spring training, you have been trying to be overpowering, a sense of overkill.
Mm-hmm.
He said, relax. All we want from you is and give us a game that you would normally win 2 times out of every 3 you go out to pitch. So we don't expect you to win 2 out of every 3, but give us a type of game that with the rest of the team's support, defensively and offensively, you should win 2 out of 3. This then tended to reduce the pressure on Turley. He began to roll. And the mark of a champion, as they always say, you take the 2 words that are diametrically opposed, be relaxed and yet tense.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be tense enough to know what you want to do, to be keyed up, to have the adrenaline, but yet relaxed enough to execute.
Well, some people, and especially pitchers, are really affected one way or the other. Some really want that pressure where they pitch great.
Right.
And that's true of, we said Ford, Reynolds, Hunter, there's no question. He just pitches great all the time in postseason competition. Whether he wins or loses, every game is a well. The other one that I understand, and of course you can tell me about this, was Rashi, who
great competitor.
Fritter away leads if he had a big lead in some ball game, but when he had to bear down and win, and he was then a competitor.
They always said while Reynolds had more stuff, that for one game they would take Rashi.
Yes.
This was not denigrating to Reynolds in any sense. He was a great competitor. But Rashi just happened to be a little bit more of a competitor for a given game.
You know, yesterday, Larry Gura was able to silence his critics because he really pitched a whale of a game against the
I thought he
Yanks.
pitched magnificently.
Yeah. But
he could have had a scoreless ball game going to the 9th.
But I do want to add something, because I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of calls. I think about Martin and Gura. People always want to season some controversy. Right. By the way, it really isn't all that big a deal. The baseball players and managers say things to each other all the time or about each other.
They don't always like every member of their own team.
Right,
for that matter.
right. But they said, Martin said, I tell you, I know about Gura. He's a nibbler. He's always 3-2. He always has people on base. He's always pitching from the stretch. And I did a game, I did a few games with Houston this summer when they needed someone to fill in, and I talked with Bill Verdon about some of his pitches. I won't name the pitches. Just, it was a conversation with me. It wasn't supposed to get out, but I asked him about a certain pitcher. If he pitches, what is he like? He said, you'll know right away if he has his stuff, because if he doesn't, he's a nibbler. He's inside, outside. He's on the corners. He won't throw anything over the plate. He says, drives you crazy. and Tommy Byrne, young Turley, young Downing.
I was laughing about that as you were telling it toward the end, because it reminded me of Tommy Byrne. Do you know that a couple of minutes before the trading deadline, we were all standing around Casey Stengel in his office and the dressing room? Difference in time, of course, between New York, Chicago, the West Coast. And it looked as if Tommy Byrne would not be. There were rumors. All of a sudden, the phone rang, and Casey picked up the phone, and then he hung it up. Well, Byrne's gone. And the reason that he gave was that the owner, one of the co-owners of the Yankees, finally traded him without even calling Casey up about it. They had talked, but they hadn't come to any, definitive conclusion. But he finally got a call, and he just went ahead and made it. Because he said, I just get tired sitting up there watching a ball game and watching Byrne go 3-2 on every hitter. He says, it'll shorten my life. But they eventually got him back, and after he'd been in the minor leagues a little longer, he came back and had great control.
Yeah.
But he was a little flaky. We kidded him this very day. They made a trip to Japan after one World Series, and he came back in an actual Major League game during the exhibition season. They're playing the Dodgers. He goes into the windup, a left-hander, and as he swung his left arm back finally, he threw the ball behind his back, and Pee Wee Reese was the batter, and the ball cut the heart of the plate for a strike. I don't think Pee Wee's eyes have shut since, or anybody else's. Of course, he never did it during a regular season.
Yeah.
But he did get to the point where he was able to get the ball over the plate.
Well, anyway, if managers had their druthers, they'd like guys like Hunter, I know Ford and Chance, when they were both on the Yankee staff for a time, it was just a pleasure to watch them. Everything's over the plate. Stottlemyre, everything over the plate. And I think the players play much better behind pitches like that.
Well, yesterday here, as the game is over, before, boom. That ball game is over. It seemed like it just had started.
Well,
so both men were in and around that plate. Hunter generally.
I never saw anyone pitch faster than that.
That's right.
He just wants the game over in about an hour and a half.
And Gura surprised me because he was doing the very same thing.
Before we get to the Yankee game tonight and some of the things in that series, by the way, I hate it's such a terrible cliche to say it's a must game, but the Phillies have played 2 poor games in a row. They have no kick. See, I mean, I think
one and a half poor games in a row. They did pretty well for 5 innings
today because Lombard pitched a no-hitter, and they did have a 2-0 lead. But they really don't have any kick coming because they've really given away some runs. And I hate to say that they're feeling playoff pressure. I don't know what that means. I don't know why they would play a game differently, but I'm sure Cincinnati will say that. I'm sure that writers and broadcasters will say that, but I expected Philadelphia. It isn't that I don't think Cincinnati isn't a great team. They are. I'll tell you, Mel, I thought Philadelphia, they have much better fielders than that. I thought they'd play a lot better than they had.
Well, as you and I chatted very briefly before going on the air, I think the whole game turned, if you can say on one play, and very often you can.
Sure.
Was a mental mistake made by the Phillies center fielder on a throw that he made today that I think he was trying to get Rose at third. There was no chance.
No chance.
And it gave the batter, who had gotten a base hit, a chance to take second.
Yeah, people never see those things either, but because then they have to walk the lefty, in this case Morgan, and then Perez at the line drive to the opposite side, and it went off Allen's glove. They didn't show it very clearly on TV. They did rule it an error, but that's the only thing they didn't show on TV.
Well, it was like yesterday, with due respect to Larry Gura. Here was the Yankees leadoff man, Mickey Rivers, who, as everyone knows, as a leadoff man, has been sensational this year. So he gets a base hit on an infield roller, but on the throw by Brett, which, resulted in the error. He went to second. It had to bother Gura. The error either had to bother him, or else he's worried about Rivers, who is a great base runner. And a great base runner will always worry a pitcher anyway. So that he walked the very next man. Now there are 2 men on base and nobody out, and here's Munson, another MVP candidate coming up. So you see, that one error led to 2 Yankee runs, one play.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about, those little plays. If I may, you hear my show from time to time, Mel, and you know that people sometimes will look at things from a negative standpoint and all year long. If I've answered it once, I've answered maybe a million times about the Yankee shortstop situation. And I don't think Fred Stanley and Jim Mason will ever go to the Hall of Fame. But sometimes you just need a player who can do the job. You don't have to have 22 All-Stars in your team. In fact, you have those many All-Stars, can have a lot of problems. And I do want to laud Fred Stanley for a play he made yesterday that no one ever writes about or talks about. It was in the 8th inning with 2 out when Paddock got the base hit. Now it's just a 2-1 game. He gets to second base. He can score on a base hit and make it 2-2. And they pitched out. They guessed that Paddock could be going. And Munson threw the ball right in the dirt. Right in the dirt, right at his shoes. Stanley made one of the greatest pickups. I mean, that's very tough to do. Here's a guy sliding in, ready to cut your legs out from under you, and he snaps the ball up in a little flick and tags him before he hits the bag.
You may be interested, John. You were out, out the hockey match last night, so that, or after the ball game, I went on the air, and someone phoned in and asked a question. Did they think that it was a smart move with 2 outs and having Paddock try and steal second? Well, you know baseball well enough, with a score just 1 run different, and a guy who's stolen as many bases as Paddock has, you've got to do it.
Sure.
The very fact that Billy Martin flashed the sign and I presume he did, could have been Munson, for the pitch out on the very first pitch, indicated that somebody was aware that that was the thing to do.
Oh, sure.
And, of course, Whitey Herzog had him going.
Hey, as I said, if Stanley didn't make an unbelievable pickup, Stanley might have been at second base, so that ball might have gone through, and he might have gone around to third. Well, we are going to talk about tonight's ball game in just a moment. We said before, Kansas City, I say they must win. If they don't win, they'll come back to Yankee Stadium needing to win 3 straight, and that would be very, very tough. It's 15 minutes before 8. We'll be here till 8 o'clock with our playoff preview, and, of course, right after this, Yankee on deck, then the ball game between the Yanks and the Kansas City Royals. Our playoff preview is being brought to you by Carte Blanche and Emery Air Freight. And right now, a word on Emery.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the friendly skies of United. This is Flight 917 to Chicago, and we should arrive on schedule.
Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Eastern Airlines, the airline that has the right time and the right place for you. This is Flight 15 to Miami, and
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to TWA Flight 463 to Indianapolis. We'll be flying at an altitude of about 35,000 feet.
At Emery Air Freight, instead of having a fleet of planes at our command, we have a fleet of airlines, because Emery reserves space on key flights of practically every airline that carries freight. What's more, we use hundreds of offline commuter and charter planes where airline service is weak or non-existent. So when you ship a package with Emery, it can go anywhere the big airlines can go, and a lot of places they can't go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Get yourself up, go Ozark. And this Ozark flight will be going to Waterloo, Iowa.
Emery Air Freight, the shortest distance between 2 points.
It's 14 minutes before 8 o'clock. The next time you have an appetite for fine continental food, go directly to Top of the Park at 15 Columbus Circle in New York and Carte Blanche it. The Top of the Park is one of many great restaurants in New York where your Carte Blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food that nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style with your Carte Blanche card, because people know Carte Blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a Carte Blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can Carte Blanche your airline tickets. You can Carte Blanche your rented car. And Carte Blanche your hotel bill. Even Carte Blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Carte Blanche. Keep your card with you wherever you go and Carte Blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including the Top of the Park restaurant. Carte Blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else, too. Mel, if I said to you that you're Kansas City and you're down 1-0, and you know if you don't win tonight at home, you got to win 3 straight in New York, you might respond with yes, and I've got to play it differently. You know, what does Herzog do? Does he play more aggressively as far as running, hit and runs or whatever? Does he use relief pitches at the very first moment? Dennis Leonard, who had a very poor September, while Gura started yesterday, is in trouble.
Right.
Or does he sit back and play a very conservative game?
First of all, he has to instill confidence in his team, and he'll do it by the way. A lot will depend on how Leonard does, and right off the bat, as far as the Yankees are concerned. If he gets them out quickly, that'll give the team a bit of a lift. But he's got to play it, in my opinion, pretty close to the vest. In other words, if he can get 1 run in the first inning, now he knows they've got to get 2. And if Leonard's got anything at all on the ball, plus the fact that Ed Figueroa doesn't have the experience of post-game participation, you don't know just how he's going to react to the pressure. So that if you can get the jump, then you can get the ball rolling and it may start snowballing. So that's my opinion.
I kind of agree. I don't think he can wait. There is a day off tomorrow, Monday. The next game in both the series won't be till Tuesday. And if I was Herzog, and at this point I'm glad I'm not.
Right.
Because, his team isn't scoring any runs. And, that's the one thing, I don't care who you are as manager. If your team doesn't score any runs, you can be the greatest manager in the world. You can't make any moves. But But he could look at guys like Mingori and Splitoff and Andy Hassler, 3 left-handers, and then Marty Patton and his other right-hand pitchers, Mark Littell, of course, and his starter tonight, Dennis Leonard, and the big guy, Doug Bird, and figure that he's going to use them, all of them, at every opportunity, depending on if lefty or righty is up, to just keep staying out of trouble. He can't. He's going
to have to throw everything he's got at him.
He can't sit and say, "Well, I'll say this guy for Tuesday and that guy for Wednesday," because they may not be. There may not be a Wednesday.
Well, let's put it the other way. Billy Martin can afford
Right.
to take certain chances tonight because he won yesterday that he otherwise would not be able to. So we just switch it around.
Sure. I'd never asked you this, and I think this is a good time now. You were part and parcel of at least 2 Yankee teams that were down 3-2 in the series, going to the other guy's ballpark and had to win 2 straight in the other guy's ballpark.
Right.
And did it, so it can be done. In 52 with Brooklyn and in 58 with Milwaukee. What was the feeling then?
The Yankees always had a feeling of being loose.
Mm-hmm.
I often said they stole a couple of pennants. I use the word stole in quotation marks for the simple reason they had enough veteran players to go along with the newcomers that were being gradually fed in to starting positions to keep them loose. I remember on the very last day of the 49 season when they were tied for first place with the Red Sox, they had gone out, several of the players. As you know, the scooter Phil Rizzuto is always talking about being afraid of a lightning bug even, anything. I don't mean just lightning. I mean any kind of a bug, a mosquito, whatever. And they went to one of the 5 and dime stores, so-called, and got one of these toy snakes, made out of wood. And they slipped it into his right hand hip pocket of his uniform pants. He's standing on the stool in front of his locker, putting his pants on. He pulls them up, and he's taking a handkerchief to put in his hip pocket, and he felt this thing, and he pulls it out, and it starts to wiggle, and it looked like a snake. He must have jumped 30 feet, and the whole clubhouse roars. Well, I had been in the Red Sox clubhouse, and it was silent. Yeah. There was an obvious tension in the air. And once they had won their last game at Yankee Stadium, to go back to your question, that gave them a tremendous lift. And they went into Milwaukee with their chins up. In fact, Casey Stengel said when he joined the Yankees at the beginning of that year, he saw something he had never seen, managing both in the majors at Brooklyn and Boston and in the minors where he won pennants. He says the first time he never had to talk to a ball club after losing. He said you could see these guys who'd come into that clubhouse, take a shower and get dressed and leave that clubhouse, but said you could see their chins were up and you could see just looking at their faces that they couldn't wait till Lamar came to get even. Boy, that makes a manager's job easy.
That's really
much
true.
Easier.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Real attitude is really important. In fact, sometimes when you go in a clubhouse before a big game and you see, and there's no noise, as you said about the Red Sox, and everyone is uptight, everyone's putting on their game face, as they say, I think that team very often is in trouble because they're thinking too much about it. And you really can't think too much about it, Thinkers will get you in trouble in sports. So tonight in Kansas City, I know there's no way to say, well, they ought to just be loose and go out there and play their game. They really have to. You said something before about Fred Sanford, for example, and sometimes if you're a pitcher especially, you can really try to throw too hard, and you won't be throwing well at all.
That's true.
Tonight, I think the Yankees have a tremendous opportunity. Leonard did not have a good September at all. Finished 17-10. He's pitched well against the Yanks this year, but he's a right-hander. He throws very hard, and he has obviously never been in any postseason competition. Figueroa hasn't either. But the Yankees have a one-game lead. They're going back to the stadium for 3 games. Leonard has to pitch well tonight. Now, the Yankees can load up their lineup with their left-hand hitters, and it can turn around tonight. But
very easily.
But
very easily.
I think Mickey Rivers might be the most important man in this in that ballpark tonight. He gets on base to start the game with all those good hitters coming up, and the Yanks have so many good left-hand hitters. Leonard is going to feel some pressure.
I was just going to say, if he leads off and gets on base, he'll get the pressure rolling right off. No question about that.
We'll get back with some final thoughts on this Yankee-KC game tonight on our playoff preview, being sponsored by both Carte Blanche and Emery Air Freight.
Have you ever gone to the airport to get your package on a plane?
Taxi! The airport, please.
I don't know what it is about this cab, but it just refuses to go to the airport at rush hour. Probably afraid of planes.
Taxi!
When you finally get there, you're almost sorry you did.
Could either of you gentlemen tell me where the World International Counter is?
Sure, it's right over that way.
No, Charlie, it's over that way.
And when you get to where you're going, you have to be lucky to get your package to where it's going.
Hi, I'd like to get this package on your next plane to Fargo, North Dakota, please. And why are you shaking your head?
See that plane taking off?
Yeah.
That was our next plane to Fargo, North Dakota.
There's an easier way. Call Emery. We'll pick your package up and rush it to the airport. And instead of your package waiting for a plane, chances are you'll find a plane waiting for your package. You'll also find that Emery goes to more places both here and abroad than any other air freight company.
Hello, Emery? Help.
Emery Air Freight, the shortest distance between 2 points.
We were talking about Tommy Byrne before, and Mel's been telling me some Tommy Byrne stories. One of Mel's greatest catchphrases, everyone's imitated, but Mel was the first one to do it, as he was the first one to do so many things, concerning Tommy Byrne. You can tell him what that was. I wonder if you're thinking
You mean
along
the
with
good-hitting pitcher?
Good-hitting pitcher, right?
In fact, when he was with the White Sox, Yankees, somewhere in the number of deals that he was involved in, being with the Yankees, being away from them, the White Sox sent him in to pinch hit one day with the bases loaded at Yankee Stadium. He hit one into the right field seats against his old teammates.
Yeah, he's a good ball player.
He's the mayor of Wake Forest, North Carolina now.
If I ever have any trouble in Wake Forest, North Carolina, I'll know who to call. The next time you have an appetite for fine Chinese food, go directly to Bill Hong's at 133 West 52nd Street in New York and Carte Blanche it. Bill Hong's is one of the many great restaurants in New York where your Carte Blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food that nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style with your Carte Blanche card, because people know that Carte Blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a Carte Blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can Carte Blanche your airline tickets, Carte Blanche your rented car, Carte Blanche your hotel bill, even Carte Blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. So keep your card with you wherever you go and Carte Blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Bill Hong's. Carte Blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else, too. Well, now, Mel, it's time for game number 2 with Figueroa and Dennis Leonard.
Have I got 15 seconds?
Got 15 seconds.
Wasn't that a great deal that Gabe Paul and company pulled when they gave up? Everybody said, why did they give up Bobby Bonds? And look how it turned out. They got Figueroa and Rivers.
I wrote a commentary one morning, Mel, about Gabe Paul. I said he's the MVP. People talking about Munson and Chambliss. They got Figueroa and Rivers from California, which enabled them to make the deal, and so you go on, and they got their second baseman, Willie Randolph, and they got a pretty good pitcher in Doc Ellis, who probably will pitch game number 3. I mean, man is unbelievable. Now, Mel Allen will be here right after the game with the postgame program, and Mel, I'll see you Tuesday. We'll be here Tuesday before the Yankee game against Kansas City, the third game, and who knows, maybe the last game.
Could be.
So I'll see you then. This playoff preview has been brought to you by Carte Blanche. Since no one credit card is accepted everywhere, you should have Carte Blanche, the credit card you need no matter what other credit cards you have. And by Emery Air Freight, the company that will handle your shipping and freight problems. Call Emery, the shortest distance between 2 points.
Hi, I'm Christabel. On the cover of the April issue of Playboy, I reenacted one of my favorite childhood fantasies. Now, I'm in a movie based on one of the favorite fantasies of all time, Alice in Wonderland. But in my version, the children's story is definitely for adults only.
Now, Bill Osco, the maker of Flesh Gordon, presents Alice in Wonderland.
Are you looking for
an X-rated musical comedy with music by Academy Award nominee Peter Madden.
What's a nice girl like you doing on a night like this?
There's a whole new world waiting for you out there, girl.
What's a nice girl like her doing? Under 17 not admitted, because the world's favorite bedtime story is finally a bedtime story.
Now playing in flagship theaters, check newspapers for listings.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Yankees On Deck Circle Show. I'm Phil Rizzuto from Royals Stadium in Mid-America, Kansas City, Missouri, where the Yankees are trying to make it 2 in a row and go back to Yankee Stadium needing only 1 game to win the playoffs. Our special guest tonight will be Jerry Walker, and we'll be talking to Jerry right after this.
The difference between good teams and great teams is consistency. The ability to deliver in the clutch day in and day out. That's what makes Big Al Saleo's team over at Boulevard AMC Jeep a winner year after year. Right now, Boulevard is delivering clutch deals on all the brand new 77s from AMC. There's the roomy new wide-angle Pacer wagon, the high-spirited AMX, the all-new gas-stingy Gremlin, plus the rest of Al's all-star lineup, including Hornets, Matadors, and more. And on top of his already low prices and generous trade-in allowances, Big Al shows the true mark of a champion, defense. You get AMC's exclusive buyer protection plan, which now includes a second-year guarantee on the powertrain. So go with the winner. Visit Boulevard AMC Jeep at 212th and Northern Boulevard in Bayside, Queens, between the Clearview and Cross Island Expressways. That's 212th and Northern Boulevard, Bayside. Or call Big Al at 423-7700.
All right, as I mentioned, our guest, Jerry Walker, and Jerry Walker was one of the original... Jerry, what did you call that group of youngsters signed by Paul Richards?
That was the Kitty Corps.
The Kitty Corps. Paul Richards, around 1957, signed 5 of the best-looking young prospects that I had ever seen for the Baltimore Orioles. And, Jerry, who were the... I remember Milt Pappas and Chuck Estrada, and you.
Well, Jack Fisher, everybody remembers him.
Oh, yeah.
There was Steve Barber also.
Steve Barber. Oh, a great pitching group that was. And now Jerry is the director of scouting for the greater part of the southwest area of the United States and has been scouting the Kansas City Royals. Is that true, Jerry?
That's right. I've been with them since the 3rd of September.
All right, now you've been talking to Billy Martin, and you've given him your opinion. Exactly what does that consist of? Just not only what the pitcher throws, but what else?
Well, Phil, we've tried to alert them to everything that could possibly happen in a baseball game, and that's the purpose of following the clubs along so that we won't be surprised by anything that happens. Whether a guy hits the ball out of our reach or whether their pitchers keep us from hitting the ball is something that is just one of those things in baseball. But they wanted to know the particular things of how to pitch hitters, how to defense hitters, who's going to run, what situations, who will bunt, if there's any trick plays of any sort as far as bunt plays, the defensive bunt plays, moves by the pitchers, when they'll pitch out, just a pretty complex type of report.
And how do you handle a report like that and give it to Billy? Is it verbally or do you write everything down?
Well, I write everything down as I watch the ball game, but then it is a written report that I give him, and then I've been in Kansas City since Wednesday morning when the Yankees came in for their workouts here in Kansas City, and I have visited with Billy quite a bit, and several of the players have asked questions concerning what to expect also.
Well, I think that is very important. Of course, what helps a great deal is if you get a game pitched like catfish unpitched.
Told Catfish before the game there, he said, I'm going to check out your information and see if it's right. And I said, you pitch the shutout and it'll be right.
And he almost did.
But the kind of stuff he had yesterday, I don't think he needed any help at all.
No, but I tell you, with the stuff he had yesterday, I imagine the positioning of the outfielders and maybe once in a while some of the infielders was very beneficial.
Well, I think it gave Billy an idea of how the Kansas City players have been hitting the ball the last month. Our club knows Kansas City, so there's really no surprises on it, but a couple of fellas have changed since the middle of the year when I saw them last.
Well, that's true, because now, especially in the Western Division where Kansas City is, we don't get to see them sometimes for 2.5 months, and their style of play might be different. And we'll be back with Jerry Walker right after this.
Jim Catfish Hunter, Glenn Chico Resch. They're real people, and so are you, and you're all invited to call me, John Sterling, at 489-1155. Monday through Friday evenings from 7 to 10 and Saturday afternoons from 1 to 4. On WMCA, Real People Radio in New York.
Good boys in New York. WMCA. 57.
Real people need information when they get up in the morning, and that's what we try to provide here on Real People Radio. Weather, news, traffic, commuter information, newsmakers. Talk about news stories of the day by real people and the issues behind them. Real People Radio. Steve Powers here 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday on WMCA.
Good boys in New York. WMCA. 57.
Jerry Walker, former big league pitcher, and now doing a great job scouting for the Yankees. Now, Jerry Walker, we talked about what you did, how you scouted Kansas City, but I imagine you've scouted them not only on the artificial turf here, but on regular turf.
Right, I've seen them about half the games on the road.
All right, now, how big a difference is their style of play away from the artificial turf?
They play pretty much the same type of baseball as they do on the turf. I think the only thing that they have here is the advantage that they play on the artificial turf every day that they're at home, where the visiting club comes in and plays 6 or 10, 12 games here.
You know, I was kind of surprised to read in the paper and talking with Freddie Patek. He says he likes it here for maybe the most 1 week, but after 1 week, his legs hurt. Amos Otis the same way.
I stood on the surface out there, and it's very hard, and after you stand around on it a couple hours, I can imagine it would get tiring.
All right, Jerry, now you will go to New York and be in New York while Kansas City is playing the Yankees in New York.
That's right, Phil.
All right, and let's look ahead a little more. And we don't want to jinx anybody, but now the Yankees, if they beat Kansas City, will go on to the World Series. What about the scouting there? Will your scouting be ended, or have you scouted Cincinnati and Philadelphia?
My scouting will be ended. We have 3 or 4 fellows covering the Cincinnati and Philadelphia clubs right now.
All right, let's talk about the game tonight then. Dennis Leonard is pitching, and I'm sure you've seen him pitch, and he's 2-0 against the Yankees' lifetime and their top pitcher.
Earlier in the year, he was throwing extremely well. The last 2 or 3 starts, Dennis has thrown well for 4 or 5 innings, and then his control has been a little bit bad. He's got a good arm and capable of throwing a good ball game, but I feel that our club stay close to him, that we're going to get him.
All right, now, this is going back to New York, so Kansas City can't listen in and get any. And what would you tell Billy Martin about Dennis Leonard? Maybe how about his move to first base?
Well, he throws a lot to first base. His move is, he throws a lot just as he starts into his stretch. I think it's more of a nervous habit rather than trying to pick runners off. And then after he does come go into his stretch, just as he hits his belt is his quickest move to first base. And then if he's not going to throw to first base, generally he just goes on and unloads the plate. He doesn't really pause a long time.
All right, Jerry Walker, I wish we had more time to talk to you, but want to thank you, and I'm sure Billy Martin is very grateful for the tips you gave him. And so tonight's gift for our on-deck circle guest, Jerry Walker, is a Mr. Coffee Maker from Two Guys Discount Department Store. Two Guys is the only place where you'll find the widest selection of top-quality name-brand goods for you, your home, car, and leisure time activities. All at everyday low discount prices. After the game, it's Two Guys, naturally. Now stay tuned for New York Yankee baseball.
Wherever man may go in the years to come, he'll take his favorite things with him. Because there are some things, even progress, can't make any better.
Starship Omega, you are clear to dock. And welcome to White Castle. May I take your order, please?
4,342 hamburgers, 1,500 coffees, one with cream. It's to go.
Right away, sir.
White Castle, the only place in the universe where you can get those especially good little square pure beef hamburgers with a tasty touch of onion.
Starship Omega, your order has been beamed aboard and you are clear to undock. And thank you for coming to White Castle.
Starship Omega undocking and returning to routine patrol.
The White Castle hamburger. One small square sandwich for man, one great taste tradition for mankind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to New York Yankee Baseball. Today's game is brought to you by Schaefer Beer. Go out and get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people, too. By Gabriel. No matter what you drive, no matter how you drive, there's a Gabriel shock for you. Gabriel, King of the Road. By Household Finance. The company that says never borrow money needlessly, Household Finance. By Chrysler Plymouth. It's the year to say yes to Motor Trend's Car of the Year, Chrysler Plymouth Volare. By Getty Premium and new Getty Unleaded Regular. The higher octane gasoline with the lower prices. By the people from Colonial Yankee Franks. The all-beef Franks with the taste that takes you out to the ball game. And by Lincoln Savings Bank, the bank who makes friends for life. The Lincoln Savings Bank in Brooklyn, Queens, Nassau, and Manhattan.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to New York Yankee Baseball. From Royals Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri, the Yankees and the Royals in game number 2 of the American League Championship Series. The Yankees one game up, and tonight it'll be Ed Figueroa going for the Yankees and Dennis Leonard for the Kansas City Royals. On the field right now, the Yankees have been introduced. Kansas City has been introduced. And out on the field, a Pride of Wildcat Land marching band from Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas, has provided the pregame entertainment. And in just a little while, they will be playing our national anthem. But right now, the remainder of the Kansas City Royals squad being introduced. And in case you missed it, Cincinnati now has a 2-0 lead over Philadelphia as they defeated the Phillies 6-2. Jim Lonborg had a no-hitter going. And then all of a sudden, Cincinnati exploded for 4 runs in the 6th inning. Lonborg had a no-hitter going for 5 innings, but in the 6th inning, the Reds came up with 4 runs. The Phillies had picked up a run in the 2nd inning and one in the 5th inning on a home run by Greg Luzinski, but that was it. So the Phillies really in trouble because they go to Cincinnati and play the remainder of the games at Cincinnati's home field, and they are even tougher at home than on the road. But right now, Kansas City's Marilyn May, the color guard is out there, and Marilyn May will be singing our national anthem.
And enjoy the Pride of Wildcat Land marching band from Kansas State University as the band accompanies Kansas City's own Marilyn May with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see what the early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all around us we were so gallantly streaming. And the dead wrestler, though the first thing in air, came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, thank God that star-spangled banner waved for the land of the free and
Colonial's Yankee Franks, the beef Franks with the taste that takes you out to the ball game, present the flavor of Yankee baseball. Allie Reynolds is the only Yankee pitcher to throw 2 no-hitters in one season. Listen as he recalls retiring Ted Williams twice to end his second historic victory.
I was calculating which hitters I would have to face, and of course I had it worked out. If everything would have, according to Hoyle, I would not have to pitch to Ted Williams. And unfortunately, I walked down to my job leaving the 8th inning, so this put Williams up to hit for the final out. Fortunately, he popped the ball up, and Yogi appeared to have it all away, except he dropped it. I said, well, let's try him again. And darn if he didn't, pop the thing up again, and this time Yogi caught it.
The flavor of Yankee baseball is brought to you by Colonial's Yankee Franks. The only Franks sold at Yankee Stadium are now available at supermarkets near you. Colonial's Yankee Franks, the beef Franks with the taste that takes you out to the ball game. All right, while they are vacuuming the artificial turf, let's give you the starting lineup for tonight's action. For the New York Yankees, leading off in center field, Mickey Rivers. Roy White will be in left field and bat second. Catching and batting third, Thurman Munson. Chris Chandler is sitting in a cleanup spot at first base. Tonight's designated hitter will be Carlos May, batting fifth. At third base, batting sixth, Greg Nettles. Oscar Gamble will be in right field tonight in place of Elliot Maddox and bat seventh. The second baseman hitting eighth, Willie Randolph. At shortstop, batting ninth, went 3 for 4, Fred Stanley. And pitching for the New York Yankees, Ed Figueroa. For the Kansas City Royals, Jim Wolford will lead off and play left field. Al Collins will be in center field and bat second. Amos Otis, who injured his ankle trying to beat out a bunt his very first time up, thought he might be able to play tonight, but the ankle just does not feel well, which is a break for the Yankees. Of course, the Royals lose a lot of power and speed without Amos Otis in center field, but Al Collins is out there and will bat second. At third base, batting third, George Brett. Brett had 3 base hits in yesterday's ball game, but committed 2 big errors. John Mayberry will be at first base batting cleanup. The designated hitter once again and batting fifth, Hal McRae. Tom Poquette will be in right field, batting sixth. The second baseman, batting seventh, Frank White. Little Freddie Patek will be at shortstop, batting eighth. Catching and batting ninth, the catcher, Buck Martinez. And pitching for the Kansas City Royals, the New York boy, Dennis Leonard, who, by the way, has never lost to the Yankees. He is 2-0 lifetime against New York. The umpires down at home plate right now, along with Billy Martin, the Yankees skipper, and Whitey Herzog of the Royals. It'll be Larry Barnett calling balls and strikes, George Maloney at first base, Bill Haller at second base, and Art Franz over at third. Down the left field line, it'll be Larry McCoy, and down the right field line, Joe Brinkman. So while we are waiting for the Yankee Royals to go out there, a reminder that this program is authorized by the New York Yankee Baseball Club, under rights purchased by Manchester Broadcasting Productions Incorporated, solely for the entertainment of our audience. Any broadcast, rebroadcast, or other use of this game without the express written consent of the Yankees and Manchester Broadcasting is prohibited. New York Yankee Baseball is a production of Manchester Broadcasting Productions Incorporated, which is contracted for and has exclusive rights to the broadcasting of these games, including selection of the announcers with the approval of the Yankees and this station. All right, another capacity crowd, and believe it or not, it is warmer tonight than it was yesterday during the afternoon when the sun was shining brightly.
Direct your attention to the Royals dugout.
And now, first ball game ceremony. Let's see who it will be.
A dedicated civic leader who was very instrumental in the fight for the return of Major League Baseball to Kansas City. Here's Kansas City's #1 baseball fan for tonight's first pitch, Mr. Earl Smith.
Earl Smith, my old golfing buddy, just threw out the first ball from the Kansas City Country Club. And Earl had a great deal to do with getting baseball here at Kansas City, and especially after Mr. Finley pulled the A's out of here, getting the Royals back into town and this beautiful new ballpark. So, a very pleasant surprise, Mr. Earl Smith. Not too good a golfer, but a great businessman. Got a bad swing. All right, we're waiting for the Royals to come out. And as we mentioned, the Yankees winning that first game behind a beautifully pitched game by Catfish Hunter.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the Kansas City Royals.
Now the Kansas City Royals being introduced by their positions.
The right fielder, Tom Coquette. The third baseman, George.
And this crowd is hungry. This is the first time that Kansas City has ever been involved in any kind of postseason play.
Martinez. And tonight's starting pitcher, Dennis Leonard.
And now Dennis Leonard walking in from the bullpen. I got to tell you a story about Dennis Leonard, and of course I will be hoping the streak is broken, but on the plane coming out, I rode in with Dennis Leonard's mother and father-in-law, whose daughter he married. He had her there as father-in-law and mother-in-law. And his father-in-law told me that he has flown about 15 times this year to watch Dennis Leonard pitch, and not once has he lost. He flew out to Detroit. Gazzy will remember this when he beat the Bird, Mark Fidrich, 1-0 in front of over 50,000 people. So, and Dennis Leonard has a youngster who is 3 years old, got a uniform for him, and every time that he pitches, the youngster puts the uniform on with the same number, number 22, and really roots. So we'll have to see if that streak remains intact or the Yankees can break it. Of course, the Kansas City Royals, as we mentioned, lost the first game, and so they have dug back to see which clubs have bounced back after an opening loss in the American League Championship Series games and came back to win it. So they found out that there were 5 teams that won it after dropping the opening games. Pittsburgh in 71, they beat the Giants. Cincinnati in 72. The Mets in 73. Oakland in 72, and Oakland again in 74. But they failed to mention the teams that lost the first game and then didn't go on to win the championship series. We'll have those in our stats when we get back home. But anyway, Dennis Leonard, as we mentioned, against the Yankees this year, he's 1-0. Last year he was 1-0, so he has not lost to the Yankees. And on the year, Dennis Leonard has won 17 and lost 10. Last year he won 15 and lost 7. And he has really been the outstanding pitcher season long for the Kansas City Royals. By the way, the Yankees are accepting mail orders for World Series tickets. So get on the ball. The prices are $45 for box seats and $30 for reserve seats. And please add $2 to the total order for postage and handling. Now remember, payment will be accepted only by certified check, postal money order, bank cashier's check, express money order, or bank money order, made payable to the New York Yankees. And there is a limit of 4 strips per customer. So you just write to World Series tickets, Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, and the zip is 10451. All right, Mickey Rivers steps in to lead it off. He got the Yankees started in yesterday afternoon's ball game with an infield hit. Mickey went 2 for 5, and here's the first pitch of the ball game. And Mickey bluffs a bunt, takes a strike. George Brett way in at third. The left fielder, Jim Wolford, playing shallow. Mayberry not too deep at first. Leonard winds again. And the pitch, he checked his swing on a curve in the dirt. That ball actually broke in front of the plate. Mickey almost swung at it, but did manage to hold up. It's 1-1. On deck, Roy White.
Mike is there at 8:30 in the morning. The bus will roll at 8:40.
The 1-1 delivery is fouled back and out of play in the upper deck down the left field line. Leonard pitching Rivers away. Mickey likes that ball out there. Dick Hauser coaching at third. Elston Howard at first for the Yankees. Leonard hands at the belt. Now hands over the head. And the pitch, a curve low, and it's 2-2. That was a sharp-breaking curveball. Now Al Cowens, who on the first two pitches was shading Rivers slightly to right center, is almost straight away in center field. The 2-2 delivery. Curve bounce foul outside of first. I guess the Royals figure that Mickey will try to go to left field after he gets 2 strikes on him, so they play him more straight away. A lot of room down the right field line should Mickey pull one. Tom Poquette over towards right center. Again, the 2-2 delivery. And there's a chop swing foul back in the upper deck again. Mick just trying to pop that ball by George Brett. Another sellout crowd in this beautiful ballpark. Once again, the 2-2 delivery. High, and it's 3-2. Mick just did hold off that one. I tell you, Rivers is tough to walk. We've told you that many times. He only had 11 all year. 11 walks. Man, I was up over 600 times. So this has really got to be out of the strike zone for Mickey to take it. And here's the payoff pitch. And it's fouled back and out of play. Sure making Leonard work. Mickey has fouled off 4 pitches. Count is 3-2. Ball game just underway. Leonard winds again. And the pitch, high ball 4, and Rivers got a walk. Holy cow. That's almost as exciting as seeing Mickey hit an inside the park homer.
Second.
So Rivers is on with a base on balls. And the batter, Roy White. Roy was 1 for 4 in yesterday's game, but that one hit, a big hit, a double in the 9th inning to drive in 2 runs. Roy, switch hitter, batting left-handed against Leonard. Mayberry holds the bag against Rivers, and Leonard usually throws a lot over to first base, so we'll have to watch. He turns and throws to first, just lobs it over there. Mayberry throws change of paces back to the pitcher. I think Rivers could take off and steal by the time Mayberry's throw gets to the pitch. Another quick throw, Rivers back. Look at that. Real rainbow he flips back to Leonard. Doesn't want to hurt the pitcher's hand. Nobody out here. Stretch by Leonard. And the pitch to White is fouled down the left field line back into the crowd. That was kind of a weird stop by Leonard that time. He didn't come all the way to the belt or all the way into the body. And one way to stop fast runners at first base is to quick pitch on them. They might be able to get away with it once in a while, but if the umpires are on the ball, they can call it. You're supposed to come to at least a 1-second stop before you pitch to the plate. Another throw to first. Rivers back easily. Nobody out. Leonard gets the sign. Now he comes down to the belt. Quick throw, and Rivers is back. I tell you, I think we had about 4 innings played in yesterday's game. And here there's nobody out in the top of the first. That was really a fast game yesterday. But Leonard is slow. Figueroa is slow out on the mound. The right-hander sets. And the pitch to White, a pitch out. Throw to first. Rivers back. Oh, I tell you, that was a lot closer than I thought it would be. Mickey had an awfully big lead. And on the pitch out, Martinez whipped it to Mayberry. But Rivers got back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Leonard gets the sign from Martinez. Another throw to first. Rivers back. Tell you, between throwing to first and to the plate, Leonard has thrown 25 pitches already here. Another throw to first. They're not even close, but he just wants Rivers to know that he knows he's out there. You keep throwing to first, though, you're going to make a bad throw. Leonard coming down. Another quick throw. Almost threw it over Mayberry's head, and Mayberry fell back and knocked Rivers off the bag, but that doesn't count. So he came close to throwing that one away. Leonard's got to start worrying about Roy White. And the pitch to Roy is pulled foul outside of first, and we'll pause for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. At Emory Air Freight, your package not only gets a choice flight, it gets a choice of flights. Emory Air Freight, the shortest distance between 2 points.
All right, Leonard with a new baseball. Mickey Rivers leading away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on White. The stretch. And the pitch to Roy outside. It's 2-2. And now Leonard wants to talk with Buck Martinez. Talking to the Yankee and Royal players, and they say that this artificial turf, you can cut almost a full second, well, half a second, say, on going from home to first or to second than on regular dirt and regular grass. So we'll really have to keep an eye on Mickey Rivers. He'll be a blower out there if he takes off. He's got a big lead at first base right now, 1 foot on the artificial surface, and he bluffs going, and the pitch is high, 3-2. And I tell you, we've said many times how Mickey Rivers makes things happen. He is making Leonard pay so much attention to him that he really is not concentrating on Roy White. When he hits the ground ball to the infielders, they pick it up, and a lot of times throw it before they have a good grip on it. Now, you know Mickey's going to be going. It's 3-2, but you know that Leonard's going to throw to first base at least once. Nope, I'm wrong. There goes Rivers. The pitch, base hit, left field. And Rivers will have to stop at second. Beautiful hit and run play, but the ball skipped off the artificial turf. 1 hop to Jim Wolford, and the Yankees have something going again in the first inning. Roy White went with that pitch outside and drilled a line single, 1 hop to Jim Wolford. And now Thurman Munson. Thurman singled his first time up, went 1 for 5 in the ball game.
Batting third.
Scored 1 run.
Thurman Munson.
Nobody out. So Rivers and White did their job. They're on there at first and second. Thurman takes a practice swing outside the box. Outfield straight away on Munson. Frank White cheating a little bit towards second base. And now Mayberry moves in at first base. Whitey Herzog saying maybe he'll bunt. That's what Thurman likes. Get those infielders in, hit a hard ground ball by them. The pitch to Munson. Foul. He was trying to shoot to right field and fouled it back into the crowd. On deck, Chris Chambliss. They give Munson a lot of room down the left and right field lines, kind of bunch him towards the middle in the outfield. And White now really cheating over towards second base, trying to keep Rivers close. Leonard to the belt. The kick, and the curve almost hits Munson. 1-1. It was not a fast pitch. He tried to throw a breaking pitch in on Thurman, it just didn't break. 1-1. This is it. This is the big series. Win this playoff, go into the World Series. White off first, Rivers off second. The pitch to Munson, another curve high and tight, 2 balls and a strike. And now Galen Cisco, the pitching coach, coming out to the mound, have a little chat with Dennis Leonard. And you got to remember that For most of these Kansas City Royals, this is the first time they've been in postseason games. And as we mentioned, Dennis Leonard is a New Yorker, born in Brooklyn, New York. So the adrenaline is flowing. Everybody, even Catface says, if you don't get a little nervous and excited, you're not a good athlete. Just takes some players a little longer to get over the nervousness and the butterflies in the stomach. 2 balls and a strike on Munson. Nobody out. Rivers at second, White at first. No score, and we're in the top half of the first inning. Leonard looks in, gets the sign, looks back at Rivers. Now delivers to the plate, and there's a ball sliced foul again. Munson trying to shoot to right field, fouled it down the line. 2-2. Now Therm's going to have to hit straight away. If you hit the ball right at an infielder, 99 times out of 100 it's a double play. But if it's not right at an infielder, what a chance for a base hit. No matter how fast you are on this hard artificial turf, that ball zips through there. Leonard leans forward to get the sign. Now he's got it. Checking Rivers. And the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball is short. Not hit hard enough to throw to second, one to first. They get the double play. And Rivers started towards home trying to draw a throw. And Mayberry wouldn't throw it. And I tell you, I never thought they'd get a double play. Munson hit it right off the fist. But I underestimated the speed of the artificial turf. Pache came in, flipped to Frank White. And they had Munson easily for the double play at first base. 6-4-3, Rivers over to third.
Batting fourth, number 10, Chris Chambliss, first base.
Now Chris Chambliss. Chris went 2 for 4 in the first game with a run batted in. All right, Rivers at third, 2 men out. Leonard pitching from the stretch position. Pitch to Chambliss, low and away, ball 1. I tell you, that double play really got Leonard out of a jam. Next pitch, bouncing ball right to White at second base. And he throws Chambliss out, and Leonard really gets out of a jam. No runs, a hit, no errors. A man left in the middle of the first. The Yankees nothing, the Royals coming to bat.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaped for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm shaped for people.
Consistency makes a great beer. And Schaefer's consistently great tasting every single time because Schaefer's brewed the old world way. Kreuzening, we call it. Since 1842, Kreuzening, the extra step of brewing twice, has kept Schaefer consistently fresh and crisp, consistently great tasting beer after Schaefer beer.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaped for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm shaped for people. Schaefer beer goes straight to your thirst. You'll have one taste as good as your first. Go out and get a Schaefer and the Schaefer people brew. Go out and get a Schaefer and the Schaefer people brew.
All right, Ed Figueroa out on the mound. This will be Figueroa's first postseason game. And Ed has not had too much luck over the Royals. This year he has won none and lost 2, and lifetime against Kansas City is 1-1 and lost 6. His record during the year, 19 wins, 10 defeats. Figueroa, of course, was very disappointed he didn't pick up win number 20. Twice in the games he tried to get his 20th win, they were televised back to his native home in Puerto Rico. But he tried so hard, he just couldn't do it. But Ed said there's always next year. All right, Jim Wolford will lead it off. Wolford, a right-hand batter, went 0 for 3 in yesterday's ball game. The Yankees with White in left, Rivers in center, and Gamble in right. And Figueroa's first pitch to the right-hand hitter is in there. Strike one called. Good breaking pitch by Figueroa. Nettles at third, Stanley at short, Randolph at second, Chambliss way wide of first, Munson catching, and Figueroa delivering, and a breaking ball bounced high. Nettles over his head. Stanley's got it. He won't get him. His throw not in time, and there's that artificial turf. It took a big hop over Nettles' head. Stanley backhanded, but Wolford can fly, and it's an infield hit. So in yesterday's ball game, the Yankees got all the breaks. Tonight here in the bottom of the first, the Royals get the first break of the ball game. What looked like a routine out took a high Baltimore chop over Nettles' head. Here's Al Cowens. Cowens went 1 for 3 in the first game and scored the only run for the Royals when he tripled the right field corner. Right-hand batter, Wolford leading away. Figueroa set. And the pitch is on the inside corner, strike one call. Wolford has good speed. He had 22 stolen bases. Chambliss holding him on. The pitch outside. It was a pitch out, but he was not going 1-1. And on deck, George Brett. One ball, one strike, nobody out. The pitch is high and inside, almost got away from Munson, 2-1. Figueroa now hands on his hip, turns around, looks at his defense. Two balls and a strike. Let's see. Wolford leading away. Throw over there, and he was leaning towards second. He has to kind of scoot back on his knees. Looks like the Royals might have had something on there, either a hit and run or a possible steal attempt. All right, Figueroa to the belt. Throwing again, Wolford was leaning towards second, but he gets back. So they got something cooking. Whitey Herzog, skipper of the Royals. Figueroa stretches. And there goes Wolford. The pitch is bounced foul. They had the hit and run on. I tell you, Wolford was really leaning. The count is even now at 2-2. Cowens just trying to protect the runner going. And the Yankees guessed right that time. They had Stanley covering and Randolph staying put, and Cowens was trying to hit the ball to the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. No score, bottom of the first. All right, Ed Figueroa gets the sign from Munson. Wolford going again, a ground ball, base hit, right field. Wolford will go to third easily as the throw comes into Willie Randolph. Gets by Randolph, and Stanley backs up, and Wolford, who started for the plate, goes back. So on consecutive pitches, the Royals had the hit and run on, and with 2 strikes on him, Cowens sliced one to right field. And the Royals have runners at first and third. Nobody out, in the batter, George Brett. Brett went 3 for 4 in yesterday's ball game, and the only time they got him out, Nettles had to make a sparkling play to rob him of a base hit. His 3 base hits were all line drives to the opposite field. The left-hand batter. Yankees will play for 2. Unless the ball is hit back to Figueroa. All right, here's the stretch. And the pitch is hit high in the air. That'll get a run in. Roy White in left field. Cowens also tagging up. White makes the catch. The throw comes into second. The run scores, and the Royals lead 1-0. But Roy White's throw holds Cowens at first base. A sacrifice fly for George Brett. White had no chance to get Wolf, but it was hit fairly deep in left field. And that'll bring up John Mayberry. Big John went for the collar, 0 for 3 in yesterday afternoon's game.
Mayberry, first base.
Got to watch Cowens. He likes to run. And the pitch to Mayberry bounced foul. He was trying to go to the left field. Boy, he has got a big gap down there to get a base hit. Cowens had 23 stolen bases during the regular season. He is tall and lean. Chambliss holds the bag against him. Throw over there, and Cowens is back. Dick Tidrow up and throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Cowens with a big lead. And the pitch, swing, and a foul tip held by Munson. It's 0-2. You got to worry about this big Mayberry, even though he only hit 3 home runs after the All-Star break to the end of the year. Cowens leads away again. Figueroa delivers. It's outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck, Hal McRae. Figueroa kicks, delivers a little pop fly that Nettles is going to get in foul territory. He's under it, makes the catch, and there are 2 away.
Batting fifth, number 11.
And now Hal McRae.
McRae, the designated hitter.
McRae went 0 for 4 in yesterday's ball game. Royals 1, Yankees nothing. Bottom of the first. Figueroa kicks, delivers. It's low and outside, ball 1. Mickey Rivers shading McRae over towards right center field. McRae had 34 doubles, 5 triples, and 8 homers during the regular season. Runners going. Munson's throw low and into center field. And Cowens will go to third. That'll be a stolen base and an error on Munson. Thurman's throw bounced on the dirt. And underneath the glove of Willie Randolph into center field. Stanley was trying to back up, couldn't get to it. And Cowens just got up after sliding and cruised into third. Well, the Royals with a runner on third, 2 ball, no strike count. On McRae, 2 men out. All right, Figueroa taking the full windup. His pitch just outside, 3-0. They might let McRae swing away now. He finished just 1 point behind his teammate George Brett for the American League batting crown. The 3-0 pitch. He was ready to swing, takes it low, ball 4. First walk given up by Figueroa. McRae at first. The batter, Tom Poquette. Poquette, a left-hand batter. Now, McRae stole 22 bases this year. They've got a lot of guys who can run. See if they try the double steal. Runners at first and third. Pitch to Poquette. Strike 1 call. Poquette went 0 for 3 yesterday. Got credit for a run batted in. after Collins' triple. He had a ground ball to Willie Randolph that scored Collins. Doesn't hit with power. Runners lead off first and third. Curve is outside, 1-1. Royals leading 1-0 in the bottom of the first. 2 out, runners at first and third. McRae gets a little bigger lead at first. Collins leads off third. The pitch is a curve down low. 2 balls and a strike. Dick Tidrow has stopped throwing in the Yankee bullpen. All right, Figueroa ready for the 2-1 delivery. Here it is, and it's a curved line to base hit to right field. McRae's going to try for third. Gamble's throw, and he's in at third. A run scores, and the Royals lead 2-0. Figueroa hung a curveball, and Poquette creamed it between Chambliss and Randolph in the right field. Driving in Al Collins. And so the Royals are out in front of the Yankees 2-0 here in the bottom of the first. Again, they have runners at first and third with 2 out, and the batter, Frank White, the second baseman. Now the Yankees have to be alert. White, an excellent bunter, even though there are 2 out. Poquette at first had 6 stolen bases during the year. And the pitch to White inside, ball 1. So the Royals, who managed to score just 1 run in 9 innings against Catfish Hunter, had 2 here for Figueroa in 2/3 of an inning. And the pitch, a bouncer hit slowly to third. Nettles going to have to fire it, and they just get him. So the Royals pick up 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 Yankee error. 2 men left, and at the end of 1, the Royals 2 and the Yankees nothing.
Before you need money, come on into HFC. Come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
At Household Finance, we know there are things you want. But if you start saving money today so you can buy them tomorrow, somehow tomorrow never comes. At HFC, we know how to solve that problem. See us today for the things you want today.
Come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
For a large or small loan, call HFC in New York, New Jersey, or Connecticut. See your phone book for the Household Finance office nearest you.
All right, so Dennis Leonard, who had a shaky top of the first, got out of it when the Royal infield came up with a double play. Now enjoys a 2-run lead as we go into the top of the second inning. And it'll be Carlos May, Greg Nettles, and Oscar Gamble. 3 left-hand hitters in a row to face Dennis Leonard. And in case you missed that score this afternoon, the Cincinnati Reds, the Big Red Machine, defeated the Phillies again 6-2. So they have a 2-0 lead and need only 1 more win to get into the World Series. All right, Carlos May will lead it off for the Yankees. Carlos did not play in yesterday's game.
Leading off for New York, number 38, Carlos May, the designated hitter.
All right, Carlos steps in. Chokes way up on that bat. And Leonard's first pitch to May is a strike call. They play May just about straight away in the outfield. Change-up swing and a miss. Good pitch by Leonard. Good motion on that one. 0-2. Brett playing wide of third base. Patek deep at short, and Frank White in short right field. Fastball down low. Ball and 2 strikes. Of course, the Royals have the advantage of having played half their games right here at Royal Stadium on the artificial turf. The 1-2 pitch, slow curve pull foul past Elston Howard down the line. So still a ball and 2 strikes on Carlos May. The Royals in front 2-0 in the top of the second. A lot of excitement in these playoff games. The pitch by Leonard is hit down the left field line. That's going to be in for extra bases. Carlos May. It bounces off the wall, and May will go in with a stand-up double. Carlos went beautifully with that pitch away. 1 hop against the 330-foot sign. No chance for Wolford to get near that ball. He had to play the carom off the wall.
Third base.
So the Yankees pick up their second hit of the ball game, and now Greg Nettles. So Carlos May 1 for 1 in the playoffs. Nettles went 0 for 4 in yesterday's game. He's moving the second base umpire Bill Haller out of the way. And now they put on a medium overshift on Greg Nettles. Not like they put on John Mayberry. All right, Leonard set. Pitch to Nettles. High and away, almost a wild pitch, ball 1. Again, Wolford well over towards left center field. And Nettles has been hitting quite a bit to the opposite field. Remember the 2 home runs he hit up in Boston. Off Tiant were to the opposite field. Leonard kicks, delivers a slow curve, hits Nettles' bat as he tries to check his swing. It's 1-1. They call the wall in Fenway the Green Monster, and visiting teams call this artificial turf the Green Monster. One big pool table here.
By the way, temperature at game time was 69 degrees.
69 degrees the temperature at game time. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Way high and outside, almost another wild pitch, and it's 2-1. And now Freddie Patek is going to come in and have a little chat with Leonard. Patek asked for time. While Patek is talking with Leonard, we'll pause for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Emery doesn't think anyone should discriminate against a package because of its size, weight, or destination. Emery Air Freight, the shortest distance between 2 points.
All right, Leonard is ready now. Patek back in his position. The 2-1 pitch, high and outside, 3-1. Oh, Greg, who is a guest hitter, will be guessing on this one, that's for sure. The wind, unlike yesterday afternoon, not blowing towards right field, favoring the ball hit towards left field tonight. Here's the 3-1 delivery. High and outside, ball 4. Boy, Leonard didn't come close to the plate on the last 3 pitches. That's the second walk given up by Leonard. He walked Rivers to open the game. And now Oscar Gamble. Oscar did not play in yesterday's game. And Martinez and Brett are out there now talking with Leonard. It's a whole new ball game playing in these championship series. No way you can be nonchalant in your style of play or the way you think. Everything is so important. Every pitch and every ground ball and every ball you hit. And now Gamble wants Haller to move. Haller's so big he can get in your way without even trying. Now he moves over, and he's got to make sure he's not in the way of the center fielder either. All right, the stretch. Runners at first and second. The pitch to Gamble. High. Oh, he called it a strike. And Oscar jumped straight up in the air. That pitch was high. And Larry Barnett called it a strike. 0-1 on Gamble. On deck, Willie Randolph. The Royals leading 2-0 in the top of the second. Carlos May leads off second. Greg Nettles off first. Oscar crouches at the plate. And Leonard's changeup down low, and it's 1-1. And Hal is really moving all over the place out and back at second base. Once again, we got action out in the Royals bullpen. And a pitch to Gamble, a curve, bounce, base hit, left field. Carlos May being waved in. Wolford bobbles the ball momentarily. Throw to the plate, cut off by Patek. May slides head first in, and it's a 2-1 ball game. Gamble went after a low curve ball down and away and drilled a hard ground ball past Brett. Wolford had trouble getting the ball out of the webbing of his glove. Nettles stopped at second, and Oscar Gamble, 1 for 1 in the playoffs, has a run batted in. And the Yankees right back in this ball game quickly. Still first and second. Nobody out in the battle. Willie Randolph. Willie went 0 for 4 in yesterday afternoon's game. And now the Royals will be looking for the sacrifice. And let's see what Billy Martin has in mind.
Setting 8, number 30.
Mayberry playing way in at first. Brett even with the bag at third. Remember, very difficult to bunt on artificial turf unless you get the ball on the first bounce to hit on the dirt in front of home plate. Leonard sets. Pitch to Randolph. He's swinging away. Oh, perfect double play ball. Patek gets it. Steps on second. Throws to first. Taylor made double play, so Billy Martin did not go for the bunt so far tonight in the first 2 innings, and it's resulted in 2 double plays. This one is 6-6-3 double play. Moving to third is Nettles, and the batter now, Brett Stanley. Stanley had a big day yesterday. 3 for 4, 2 singles and a double. Yankees trailing 2-1 here in the top of the second. Nettles leading off third. Leonard pitching from the belt. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike one. He actually just barely got a piece of it. Foul tipped it into Martinez's glove. All right, Leonard gets the sign. And the curve is inside, 1-1. So far, Leonard's curveball has not been breaking well. Just hanging right inside. On deck, Mickey Rivers. 2 men out. Stretched by Leonard, and the fastball fouled off the mask of the catcher. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Every once in a while, he'll get around on one. Wolford well over to left center. Cowens in right center. And Poquet shallow and towards the line and right. Leonard sets. Then steps off the rubber as Nettles bluffed coming down the line. Brett was playing very deep. No chance to get over there and try a pickoff play. Leonard sets again. And the fastball is a little open at second base. White grabs it on the fly. But the Yankees pick up 1 run. 2 base hits, no errors, and a man left. And at the end of an inning and a half, the Royals 2 and the Yankees 1.
Yes, it's the time to say yes. At your Chrysler Plymouth Theater.
Sure is easy to say yes to the affordable Chrysler Cordoba any time of the year. But right now, it's the end of the model year. And that means you can get a clearance deal on a luxurious Cordoba. Sound good to you?
Yes, yes, it's the time to say yes. At your Chrysler Plymouth Theater.
And And Cordoba is one personal midsize luxury car that has a lot going for it, like many standard luxuries. No wonder Cordoba is the most successful Chrysler ever introduced. And right now, you can get a clearance deal that'll put you behind the wheel of a luxurious Chrysler Cordoba.
Yes, yes, it's the time to say yes at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Get your year-end clearance deal at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Yes.
All right. Yankees trailing 2-1 as we get ready for the bottom of the second. And it'll be Freddie Patek, Buck Martinez, and Jim Wolford to face Ed Figueroa, who had a rough bottom of the first inning, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits. And also walked 1 man. Little Freddie Patek was 1 for 3 in yesterday's game, and then was cut down trying to steal second base.
Leading off for the Royals, number 2, Fred Patek.
Patek has always been a very popular player with the Kansas City fans. He had 51 stolen bases during the regular season. Had just 1 home run. First pitch to Patek is on the outside corner, strike 1 call. The 1 strike delivery is a little bit high, 1-1. They play Patek straight away. And the 1-1 pitch is hit into center field, not hit hard. Rivers started back, now moves in. And Mickey makes the catch, 1 away. Hit that ball right near the hand.
Batting ninth.
Brings up Buck Martinez.
Martinez, catcher.
Martinez was 0 for 2 in the ball game. Martinez batted .228 during the regular year. 5 home runs. And the pitch is hit to right field in the air, right to Oscar Gamble. Hardly has to move, and Oscar has it for the second out. That brings up Wolford, who opened the ball game with a Baltimore chop infield hit his first time up and scored. 2 out. Nobody on. Bottom of the second. The Royals in front 2-1. And the pitch is down low, ball 1. On deck, Al Collins. Figueroa's next pitch fouled as Wolford tried to go to the opposite field on that fastball away. 1-1. Figueroa winds. His pitch hits the outside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Each team with 3 base hits. Yankees have made 1 error. The Royals out in front 2-1. And the 1-2 pitch, high, 2-2. Figueroa's 2-2 delivery. Ground ball to first base. Chambliss has it. He'll make the play unassisted. And the Royals are retired in order. At the end of 2 full innings, the Royals 2 and the Yankees 1.
Hello, this is Roger Miller with a money-saving solution to what could be a serious problem. chances are pretty darn good that the shocks on your car are pretty darn bad. You see, shocks wear so slowly you're not usually aware of the problem. So you have to make that sudden turn, quick stop, or jarring ride over a rough stretch of road. So here's the money-saving solution. The heavy-duty shock sale at your Gabriel Shock Absorber dealer. Now's the time to save on Gabriel's new low-priced heavy-duty shock, the Roadstar. Or for more control when the going gets rough, save on Red Riders, Gabriel's premium heavy-duty shock. Either one of them will give you a real bonus in driving safety and comfort. So don't wait. Check out the heavy-duty shock sale now at your participating Gabriel dealer. King of the Road.
Available at 1001 Auto Parts stores in New Jersey, Tilden Huntington, 1000 New York Avenue, Huntington, Tilden Canarsie, 1266 Ralph Avenue, Brooklyn.
Stadium, and take something home to remind you of this important date in Kansas City baseball history.
All right, Dennis Leonard loosening up out on the mound, and he'll be pitching to the top of the Yankee order again. Rivers, White, and Munson here in the top of the third. And manager Billy Martin named Doc Ellis to be the third game pitcher when the series resumes in New York Tuesday night. Now, Ellis has appeared in 4 other National League Championship Series games with the Pirates, so it'll be nothing new for Doc. And, of course, Whitey Herzog hurting a little bit for starting pitchers. We'll have to wait and see who Whitey announces as his starting pitcher.
Leading off for the Yankees.
And Whitey has said he figures he's going with Andy Hassler, the big left-hander, to pitch against Doc Ellis Tuesday night in New York. All right, Mickey Rivers, who walked in the first inning, leads off for the Yankees here in the top of the third. The Yanks trail 2-1. Brett way in at third, and the pitch to Rivers is a bouncing ball to second, right at Frank White. He's got it, throws to first. They got Rivers. There's a curveball that Leonard threw Mickey. That brings up Roy White, who lined a single to left his first time up. Tell you, the Royals breathe a sigh of relief when they can keep Rivers off the bases. George Brett really wide of third and in even with the bag, and Roy runs up to bunt, takes it low, ball 1.
Curtis Schutte called the stadium operator.
On deck, Thurman Munson. Leonard's next pitch, changeup, looped into shallow center. That ball might drop, and it does drop, and over there. Oh, White's going to go for 2. The throw, and he's going to be in there. A hustling double for Roy White. Beautifully executed run by Roy White. The ball was hit off the end of the bat, and it took that high hop off the artificial turf. Did not go over the head of Collins, but he had to wait for it to come down. Roy never broke stride and slid in a second ahead of the throw. And you got to remember that Collins was very shallow with a good arm. So Roy White really showed me something there. He is 2 for 2. That's the 4th hit for the Yankees, and the batter now Thurman Munson. Thurman hit into a double play his first time up. They're straight away on Munson. On deck, Chris Chambliss. Yankees trailing 2-1 here in the top of the third. Stretched by Leonard. And the pitch to Munson, foul back and out of play. Thurman has always hit well in this ballpark. He does in just about every ballpark, but he's a line drive type hitter, and it's the perfect park for him. 330 down each line, 385 in the power alleys, and 410 to straightaway center. Leonard checking Roy White. And the pitch to Munson is hit to right field. That ball, if it stays fair, is a base hit. It is! And White will score, and Munson's going to be in with a double. The Yankees are really stroking that ball softly. 2 of the softest doubles we've seen all year, but they count. And the ball game is tied up at 2 apiece. I tell you, in the paper they look like a line drive, but they were just hit perfectly. Outfielders could not charge him because of the way the ball bounces so high on this artificial turf. And now Patek comes in to talk with Leonard as Chris Chambliss steps in the batter's box. Chris bounced to second base his first time up. So we got a brand new ball game, all tied at 2 apiece. Munson with a big lead at second base. Pitch to Chambliss, a curve high, ball 1. And once again, we got action. Paul Splitoff, it looks like, the big left-hander, loosening up out in the bullpen. Leonard to the belt. Fastball down low, 2-0. Leonard has not had an easy inning. He got by the first inning because of a double play. 1 run scored in the second, 1 here in the third. Didn't check his swing on a pitch that was almost in the dirt. Chris, a little over anxious, went for a breaking pitch and couldn't hold the bat back. Broke his wrist over home plate. 2 balls and a strike. So Chris was guessing fastball, and Leonard threw him an off-speed breaking pitch. Now he sets. Kicks and delivers a curved line. Base hit right field. Munson will score, and the Yankees are going to be out in front. The throw comes in to second base, and the Yankees lead 3-2. Chambliss golfed a low breaking pitch between first and second. 2 doubles and a single. And the Yankees have taken the lead. And here comes Whitey Herzog. And that looks like the end of the night for Dennis Leonard. Whitey walking very slowly, and he signals he wants the left-hander. And right now, Paul Splitoff, the new pitcher, is making his way to the mound.
If all you need is money, come on into HFC.
College can bring a lot of unexpected expenses. And if it does, come on into Household Finance. We'll do everything we can to lend you the extra money you need. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
It sure is great being back in Yankee Stadium. All the terrific new seats.
And all the terrific new candy counters with Baby Ruth bars. As a matter of fact, I think I'll run down to one of those terrific new candy counters right now and get some Baby Ruths. I can just taste that rich chocolatey coating over chewy caramel, fudge, and peanuts.
Frank, the reason you can just taste them is because you just ate a whole bag of fun-sized Baby Ruth. Don't you think that's enough Baby Ruth bars for anyone?
Well, Frank Musser is not just anyone. And when you gotta have one, you've gotta have one.
All right, the left-hander Paul Splitoff is out on the mound, replacing Dennis Leonard, who went 2 1/3 innings. Leonard's control was off tonight, even though he walked just 2 men. He was behind a lot of hitters. He gave up 6 hits, walked 2, didn't strike out anybody, and so far has been charged with 3 runs as the Yankees lead 3-2. Chris Chambliss is still the responsibility of Dennis Leonard. Paul Splitoff, who has had his problems this year, had a bad finger on his pitching hand, has been trying to work his way back into shape. And as we mentioned, Whitey Herzog is strapped for pitches. And Paul Splitoff has been thrown into the breach. And now Carlos May, who doubled a left and scored in the second inning, will bat against Splitoff with Chambliss at first, 1 out. The Yankees leading 3-2. And they're moving the left fielder, Jim Wolford, over towards the left field foul line. Pitch by Splitoff is a curve down low, ball 1. Greg Nettles on deck. Chambliss leads off first. Split off kicks, delivers a fastball over. It's 1-1. That was a pretty good fastball. Poke is over towards right center. They give May a lot of the right field line. And there's a ball pulled over the head of Mayberry. Base hit right field. Chambliss slid into second. And what a decoy Patek gave him. Patek came over, made believe he was getting a throw. The ball was rolling into right field, and Chambliss slid into the bag and was really fooled. And a fine heads-up play by Freddie Patek keeps Chambliss from going to third base. That was a big break for the Royals. I tell you, that's why this game of baseball, you got to be thinking all the time as Carlos May gets a Baltimore chop single over the head of Mayberry. But give Patek a lot of credit for keeping Chambliss at second. And the batter now, Greg Nettles, who walked his first time up. Stretch by Splitoff. And the pitch to Nettles is fouled back on the screen and out of play. Strike one. All right, Carlos May leads off first. Chambliss off second. Pitch to Nettles inside, 1-1. We're in the top of the third. The Yankees in front 3-2. Only one man out. Yankees now with 7 base hits. Split off kicks. Slow curve inside, 2-1. That looks like Doug Bird loosening up now in the Kansas City bullpen. It is Doug Bird. Big left-hander. Delivers is a high fly to left center field. Wolford under it. Cowens coming over, and Cowens calls and makes the catch. Wolford was right under that ball, but Cowens called him off, the center fielder, and Wolford ran out of the way. There are 2 out. And now Oscar Gamble, who singled a left to drive in a run in the second inning. So now there are 2 out. So that play by Patek proves to be a bigger play now, because had Chambliss gone to third on the base hit to right field, he would have scored on that fly ball to left center. Two out, 2 on. 2 runs in here in the top of the third. Pitch is a curved line to center field right at Cowens. He goes back now as he misjudged it, but one-hands it. Ball was hit right on the nose. The Yankees pick up 2 runs on 4 base hits. No errors and 2 men left. And at the end of 2.5, the Yankees 3 and the Royals 2.
Almost anywhere. All games.
Get this with the best. Get yourself up, go Ozark. You're a hard man to beat. You've got wings on your feet. Get yourself up, go Ozark. You're gonna win every time. With a going airline. Get yourself up, go Ozark.
If you're a businessman who's going places, Ozark is your airline. Our number 1 priority is to get you where you're going as quickly, comfortably, and efficiently as possible. That's why we plan our flight schedules and connections for the business flyers, and why we'll arrange for a rental car ready to go at your destination. If you're a businessman who's going places, Ozark is your airline.
Now, go Ozark Evening Jet at 6:10 p.m. to Washington with free service to Champaign-Urbana, Peoria, and Springfield, Illinois.
All right, the Yankees have gone out in front now. And it'll be Al Cowens, George Brett, and John Mayberry to face Ed Figueroa. Figueroa was touched up for 2 runs in the first inning on 3 base hits, then settled down and retired the Royals in order in the second inning. Cowens got a hit-and-run single and then stole second base, went to third as Munson's throw went into center field and scored on the sacrifice fly, rather the single by Tom Poquette. Wolford scored on the sacrifice fly by Brett. All right, Al Collins.
The center fielder, Al Collins.
The Royals lost Amos Otis in the first inning of yesterday afternoon's ball game when he sprained his ankle trying to beat out a bunt. Pitch to Collins is a breaking ball over, strike call. Fastball foul, back and out of play. Nothing in 2 on Collins. Let's see if Figueroa tries to get him to nibble. He does, but it's too low and outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Mickey Rivers again shading Cowens towards right center. And the pitch checked his swing just in time. He almost stepped across home plate to swing at that one. It's 2-2. George Brett on deck. The 2-2 pitch, high, 3-2. So Figueroa was ahead 0-2, and now he's got a full count. The payoff pitch. Bouncing ball is short, deep short. Stanley Over's got it. Throw. They got him. Good play by Fred Stanley. Boy, I tell you, that was a wicked hop that Fred had to come up with off this artificial turf. Then he had to get rid of the ball and get something on it. 1 out. George Brett hit a sacrifice fly to drive in a run in the first inning. All right, Figueroa's curve is over, strike 1 call. Figueroa winds, and the pitch down low is 1-1. John Mayberry on deck. One changeup, ground ball to second. Oh, really, Randolph's got it, almost handcuffed him, but he's up and throws him out. 2 away. And now Mayberry. He fouled out to Greg Nettles in the first inning. Here are a few scattered boos. They get a little disenchanted with Big John, who signed a tremendous contract, I think, for 5 years. Might be a little bit complacent. He fouls one down the left field line. I don't think Nettles can reach it. He did. What a play by Nettles. Holy cow. Greg Nettles made a tremendous play. He had to hesitate. Thought he was right near the fence. Stopped, then reached out, caught the ball, and turned over. A tremendous play on a foul ball by Greg Nettles. Oh, that was beautiful. 3 up, 3 down at the end of 3. The Yankees 3 and the Royals 2.
If all you need is money, come on into HFC.
College can bring a lot of unexpected expenses. And if it does, come on into Household Finance. We'll do everything we can to lend you the extra money you need. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in. Come on in. Come on in to
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Hi, William D. Williams here. Let's you and I talk about something personal for a minute. Even if you shower twice a day, you can't wash away jock itch. What you need is something made specifically for jock itch, and that's Cruex, C-R-U-E-X. Cruex medicated powder relieves the itching, the chafing, the rash, and because it's medicated, it can fight the cause of that itch. So if you suffer from chafing, rash, or jock itch, get Cruex, C-R-U-E-X, and get relief.
Leading off for New York, the second baseman, Willie Randolph.
All right, yes, sir. How about that play, Frank? Miss, I never thought Nettles would get close to it. Beautiful play.
That makes 3 out of 3 of us. Bill White and I didn't either on TV. Just an outstanding play, and I just hope that Nettles wasn't hurt, because when he got up, he was sort of shaking the right arm and wrist a little bit. Well, thank you, Phil Rizzuto, and good evening, everybody, wherever you're listening to American League Championship Baseball. The Yankees lead 3-2. Willie Randolph is the batter. And the first pitch from split-off is low. Randolph grounded into a double play to the shortstop Patek, his first trip. He takes this one letter high, and the count evens 1-1. Randolph hit .267 during the regular year, and the pitch to him is low. I think he'd have been a better hitter, but he was hurt a couple of times. He started off real great, then he tapered off, then he got hurt, then he came back, was hitting good again, and then he got hurt again. He hits the fastball in the air to deep left field. Back goes Wolford. He has room near the track, and he makes the catch. We pause for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions radio network.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. On its 30th birthday, Emery Air Freight has this advice for you. Never trust an air freight company under 30.
Brett Stanley, the batter. Pitch is low, ball one. Paul Splitoff relieved in the third inning. Had finger trouble this year, missed part of the season. He comes in on the outside corner of strike 1-1. Splitoff was off to a very good start, then had a finger problem. Worked it out in the minor leagues and came back late in the year. Little looping fly ball, shallow right field. Frank White, the second baseman, back, and Alphonse Gaston. The ball drops in. Throw to second base. The dive. He's safe. Frank White going out. Poquette coming in. They got mixed up. The ball dropped between them. You talk about the Yankees not being used to this tartan turf. The Yankees have made the plays. They had one ball bounce over for a base hit. The Royals have not been making the plays, and that's the difference in the ball game. It'll be a two-base hit for Stanley. He is now 4 for 6 in the first 2 games of this championship series. That ball should have been caught. So the Yankees, with 1 out, has Stanley at second base. The batter is Mickey Rivers. Quick has walked and grounded out to second. Yankees lead at 3-2 and threatening again. Brett, the third baseman, in at the edge of what would be the infield grass. The set by Paul Splitoff, the kick and the pitch, and he was going to bunt and took the pitch down low. Ball one. The difference in this series, the Royals have made the mistakes. The Yankees have capitalized on the mistakes. Royals have not committed an error, but a couple of mental ones. Next pitch coming. He wanted to bunt, took the bat away. Third base umpire says ball. An appeal was made. Third base umpire Art Prance made the call. 2 balls and no strikes. Patek and White play him up the middle. The outfield bunches towards center. Brett stays in again shallow. Mayberry is back at first. Splitoff reads the sign, drops the hands. Left-hander's pitch, and it's ball 3 outside. Royals broke on top with 2 runs in the first. The Yankees pecked away for 1 in the second, picked up 2 in the third, and lead 3-2. Short stretch by split arm. Left-hand arm comes around. The pitch is in for a strike. Rivers was taking it all the way. Mickey Rivers, one of 2 Yankees hitting .300 this year, led the Yankees with his .312 batting average. 3-1 offering. He bunts foul. You won't often see Rivers do that. He was running toward first base when he laid the bat on the ball and fouled it off. 3-2 with 1 out. Stanley down at second. The Yankees now have 8 hits in the ball game. Split off ready. Checks the runner. The pitch is hit in the air out behind second base. Coming on the center fielder. Collins makes the catch. Fairly shallow center field. There are 2 down.
The left fielder, Roy White.
And now Roy White. Roy is 2 for 2 in this game. He has scored a run. Singled in the first inning. Doubled in the third. Roy's double in the third. Again, a ball I thought should have been caught. So the Yankees taking advantage of an uptight Kansas City Royal ball club. First pitch to him. High and outside. Off-speed pitch. Of course, the Royals are at a disadvantage. They lost their center fielder and a lot of offense in Amos Otis. Sprained his ankle trying to run out a bunt in the first inning of yesterday's ball game. And they have Al Collins playing an unfamiliar position, center field. 1-0 to Roy. High and away, ball 2. The ball is hit in the air, and 2 fielders have a chance for it. One has to really take charge. The Royals have not been doing that. Two out. Stanley leads at second. The pitch to White. Ball 3 is high. Well, split off having his problems. Yankees got a run in the second. A leadoff double by Carlos Meda, left field. A walk to Nettles. Gamble got the run in with a base hit to left. Just skipped one through this hard infield. 3-0 pitch. Strike call. Yankees got a pair in the third with 1 out. Roy White doubled. Thurman Munson double to drive him in. Chris Chambliss single to get Munson home. We'll run down the Royals scoring for you when we go to the bottom half of the fourth. Right now, 3-1 pitch to Roy White. Stanley at second. Here it comes. Outside, ball 4. White is on. So Roy keeps a perfect night going. First walk by Splittorff.
The catcher.
Dennis Leonard went 2 1/3 innings. Allowed the 3 Yankee runs. Leonard gave up 6 base hits. He walked 2 men. He did not strike out anybody. Thurman Munson the batter. Thurman grounded into a double play his first time up and then doubled to drive in a run. Later scored in the third.
Steve Mingori in the Royals bullpen.
Royals go to a left-hander in the bullpen, Steve Mingori. Awfully early in the ball game for Mingori, but right now the Royals are struggling. They got to use anybody and everybody they've got. 2 on, 2 gone. The first pitch will be coming to Thurman. Here it is. Hit on the ground is shortstop. Charged by Potak. Flips to White. Force at second base, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit to left, middle of the fourth. Yankees 3, Royals 2.
Fairchild has designed a new digital timepiece just because. Truly slim and uniquely designed with her in mind. It tells the hour, minutes, seconds, month, and date, all at the touch of a button. It may not be her birthday or your anniversary, but just because she is that special person. So why not surprise her with a digital timepiece from Fairchild? Pick the Fairchild that fits her best. Because.
That AMCO is big, the world's biggest transmission specialist, with over 525 service centers in the U.S. of A. and Canada. So no matter where you go, from New York to L.A., from Ontario to Texas, AMCO's got you covered. Nobody else is that big. Nobody. So if you have trouble with your car's transmission, you can usually get one-day service from AMCO Transmissions. AAMCO. The big guys.
Well, the Yankees are accepting mail orders for World Series tickets. The prices are $45 for box seats and $30 for reserved seats. Please add $2 to your total order for postage and handling. Payment will be accepted only by certified check, postal money order, bank cashier's check, express money order, or bank money order, made payable to the New York Yankees. Now, there is a limit of 4 strips per customer. Mail to World Series tickets, Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, 10451. And the Yankee Championship Series program, a real collector's item, is now available by mail. Send $1.50, which includes postage and handling, to Championship Magazine, Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, 10451.
Kansas City, the designated hitter, Hal McRae.
Hal McRae leads off the bottom half of the 4th for Kansas City. McRae walked in the first inning. Right-hand batter deep in the box. Bats out of a crouch, and Figgy's first pitch is fouled back off to the right side. When Hal McRae batted .350 or .332 for the season, it was the highest average by a right-hand hitter in the American League in 17 years. Last right-hand hitter to hit more than that was Harvey Keene, and he batted .353 in 1959. Next pitch to him, fast and low. Of course, McRae thought he should have won the batting championship. He charged that Steve Bry of Minnesota deliberately misplayed a fly ball off the bat of George Brett to allow Brett to win it. 1-1 pitch is low and outside. An investigation by American League President Lee McPhail upheld the story of Bry's that he just truly misjudged the ball. McRae doesn't believe it. 2-1 pitch. Strike over the outside corner. I find it hard to believe that any ball player, no matter what his personal feelings are, would deliberately misplay a ball. To allow a batting championship to be won or lost. 2-2 pitch. Fastball struck him out. Well, Figueroa picks up his first strikeout in the ball game. Figgy's got a pretty good fastball tonight, being clocked at right at 90 miles an hour. Here's the left-hand hitting Tom Poquette. Poquette singled to drive in a run in the first inning. Had Otis not been hurt. We'll go into that in a minute. Right now, the first pitch to Poquette. He takes a breaking ball for a strike. Had Poquette not been hurt during the regular season, he might have hit a lot higher than he did. 0-1 delivery, just outside. He batted .302. He was hitting a lot higher than that when he crashed into the wall here in Kansas City, trying to catch a drive off the bat of Kevin Bell of Chicago. He hit the wall, caved in his face, and had to undergo surgery. 1-1 pitch to him is fouled back to the left side, out of play.
1522, call your answering service. Dr. 1522.
No, he did not catch the drive, and it went for an inside-the-park home run. Pretty good-looking ball player. He sort of slaps the ball around in the same style as George Brett. He does not have power. Figueroa rocks back, right at his pitch, high and outside, 2-2. Yankees lead at 3-2. The Royals got their 2 runs in the first inning to jump out in front. Figueroa's 2-2 delivery, foul back. Walford got an infield hit when he bounced one over Nettles' head in the first inning. Stanley backed it up but couldn't throw him out. Then Al Cowan singled to right field on a hit and run. Walford went to third. Walford scored on George Brett's sacrifice fly. Cowan stole second, went to third on Munson's throwing error. And he came in to score on Poquet's base hit. 2-2 to Poquet. Little looper out of the shallow right center field. And Mickey Rivers makes the catch. That ball I thought was going to drop. Mickey Rivers went down to his knees and caught it right off his shoe top.
Frank White.
Yankees have out-defensed the Royals in this series. That's another big thing. 2 down. The batter is Frank White, the second baseman. Frank White grounded out to Nettles at third his first time up. He is 0 for 4 in the series, batted .229 on the year. He swings at the fastball and foul tips it in and out of the mitt. Strike one. You know, for a while.
Tonight's game is being heard on radio by more people than any other sporting event in Kansas City history.
All right, the Yankees are leading 3-2, and we go to the fifth inning. Chris Chambliss will lead off, followed by Carlos May and Greg Nettles. Paid attendance tonight is 41,091. A little bit less than yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon it was 41,700, I believe.
The first baseman, Chris Chambliss.
41,077 yesterday afternoon. So we have just a few more tonight. Chris Chambliss leads off. In the regular season, Chris had 188 base hits, third in the American League. Takes a pitch down low for ball one. Chambliss in this series is 3 for 6. 2 hits yesterday. He singled and drove in a run in this one. He takes low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Royals, the only team in the American League that will shift the infield around to the right side this much on Chambliss. The outfield straight away. Strike is called. It's 2-1. They figure if Chambliss hits the ball in the air, he'll hit it straight away. If he hits it on the ground, he pulls it. When he gives it a strange-looking defensive alignment. 2-1 deal. Fouled off to the left side, into and out of the Yankee dugout. 2-2 the count. Doc Ellis for the Yankees. Andy Hassler for the Royals. Tuesday night in New York. 2-2 pitch to Chambliss. Hits it on the ground at first base. Mayberry digs it up, takes it unassisted. 1 out. That time he got Chris right in on the fifth.
The designated hitter, Carlos May.
That will bring up Carlos May, the Yankees DH. He is 2 for 2. Double leading off the second, scored the Yankees' first run. Single to right field in the third. He was the first man split our face coming on in relief. Yankees 3 runs, 8 hits. The Royals 2 runs on 3. The pitch down low. Split arm rocks. Kicks and offers. High. Ball 2. Yankees try to sweep the 2 games here. I think they would have been happy to come in here and split. And the next pitch, a strike over the outside corner. Fastball. Splitoff has been timed at 93 miles an hour on his fastball. He delivers 2-1, and it swung on and missed. He went for a high pitch out of the strike zone. Carlos steps away to think about it. Now he's back in, and now time is called by the plate umpire, Larry Barnett. Split off ready, 2-2 deal. Just a bit low, and the count is full, 3-2. Payoff pitch now to Carlos May. He struck. Got foul down at the feet of the catcher. Martinez couldn't hold it, so Carlos is still alive, 3-2. Splithoff at one stretch of the season won 8 straight games. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball, strike 3. Splithoff gets his first strikeout since coming in. And let's see, as we look back, that is the first Yankee to go down on strikes in the ball game. 2 outs and Greg Nuttall's the batter. Greg is looking for his first series hit. Tonight he has walked and flied to center. Yesterday he went 0 for 4. They swing around to the right side on him, and the pitch is low and away. Second baseman Frank White goes out in what would be the outfield grass. Patek, the shortstop, shades almost behind the bag. Brett is very wide at third. Fastball is low, and the count is 2-0. Mayberry guarding tight to the line. Outfield plays into pull. Deep in all stations. 2-0 deals. Tried to check his swing and couldn't. He went around 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch now. Nuttles lines it down the right field line. That's going to be trouble. Base hit. Hits in the corner. Bounces off the wall. Greg will get 2 out of it. Strong throw in from the right fielder, but not nearly in time. Poquette made a strong throw from right. And Nettles is on with his first series hit and the Yankees' 9th hit in this ball game. Of the Yankees' 9 hits, 5 have been for extra bases. Doubles by White, Munson, Carlos May, Greg Nettles, and Fred Stanley. That brings up Oscar Gamble. What a year Gamble had at Yankee Stadium this year. 15 home runs. He had 2 on the road. They play him about as they did Nettles, around to the right side. He swings and fouls one back. Gamble singled his first trip, then flied to center. He's driven in 1 of the 3 Yankee runs. Nettles walks off his lead. Kansas City pitchers, every time they look up, they see a Yankee at second base. Now the 0-1 pitch. Campbell takes it high. Martinez bluffs a throw to second. Nobody covers, and Nuttles walks back. One ball and 1 strike on Oscar Gamble. Splithoff drops the hands, kicks and deals a curve that's hit in the air to shallow left. Coming on for it, Wolford. Waiting, catching. The side is retired. No runs, a base hit, a man left. And at the end of 4.5 here in Kansas City, it's the Yankees 3 and the Royals 2.
If you have not yet purchased the special championship series edition Grand Slam, the Royals official scorebook yearbook combination.
Nowadays, you can't listen to radio, watch television, or read a newspaper without some auto manufacturer telling you what great gas mileage his car gets. They quote the EPA, tell you how many miles per gallon they get in the city, and how many they get on the highway. Well, all these facts are great to know, but if there's anything you need as much as cars that make your gasoline go a little further, it's a gasoline that makes your dollar go a little further. At the Getty Oil Company, we have a new gasoline that's perfect for newer cars. Getty Unleaded Regular, with the octane performance of regular and the clean running smoothness of unleaded. But most important, we sell Getty Unleaded Regular for less than most other major unleaded. So now you can choose a car that gives you more miles for your money and the gasoline. Getty Premium and new Getty Unleaded Regular. We've got what's best for your car.
We're ready to go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Patek, Martinez, and Wolford against Figueroa. Ed Figueroa quite upset because he didn't get his 20 wins. He got rained out in his last chance to do it. But he said that's not what upset him. Figueroa goes all the way back to May 11th to find a ball game he lost, and he said he should have won it.
Leading off for the Royals.
It was against the Detroit Tigers in New York. Figueroa had a 3-1 lead with 2 outs in the 9th inning and lost the ball game. And he said that's the game he should have won. Then he would not have had to worry about his
$12 billion in the first
last 2 starts and his rain out. And as I recall that ball game, Bill Kane, I don't think a ball was hit out of the infield. There were a lot of infield hits. Very rainy, muddy night at New York. Contact, right-hand batter steps in. The pitch to him is high, ball 1. Contact flied to center his first time up. Figueroa rocks, deals. Fastball is in, strike call. Outfield is spread out with Rivers shallow in center on Contact. Nettles plays him deep at third. Contact is a threat to bunt for a base hit. Nettles still plays him back. Stanley back in the hole at short. Randolph shades towards second. And at first base, Chambliss is playing in just about a step tighter than Nettles is at third. 1-1 delivery. Fastball is hit in the air to center field. Rivers goes back, gets under it, waiting, and makes the catch. So Patek is out.
The catcher.
11 men in a row have been retired now by Ed Figueroa. The last base runner was Tom Poquette in the first inning, who singled to right field to drive in the Royals' second run. Since then, he's had 11 men in a row. Here's the catcher, Buck Martinez, right-hand batter, flied to right his first trip, and he looks at the fastball. Figueroa just rocking back and firing. Buck Martinez hit 5 home runs during the year. 2 of them won ball games for the KC Royals. One of them beat Catfish. The other one beat Frank Tanana of California. Another fastball just outside. In case you didn't hear, Cincinnati beat Philadelphia 6-2 this afternoon to take a 2-game lead in the National League Championship Series. Here's the 1-1. A bit high. The count goes 2 balls and a strike. Phillies have to be down. Opened at home, lost both ball games. They out-hit the Reds today. But a 4-run inning for Cincinnati put it away. 2-1 pitch. Powell back off the mask of the plate umpire, Larry Barnett. We pause for station identification. New York Yankee, home of champions, Radio Net.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. A package shouldn't have to go out of its way to get where it's going. Emery Air Freight, the shortest distance between 2 points.
2-ball, 2-strike pitch will be coming into Martinez. Figueroa turns it loose, and he's high. Ball 3. I think he's going now to a lot of full counts. You know, Catfish Hunter in the ball game yesterday afternoon did not go more than 2 balls to any one batter. He was behind 2-0 only twice. He had excellent control. Here's the 3-2 pitch now to Martinez, and he hits it in the air to right field. Oscar Gamble back into his right. He's under it, waiting, and makes the catch. 2 down. Talked to Catfish for a television interview before the ball game tonight. He said warming up in the bullpen, he knew he had a great fastball. He wasn't sure what his control would be like. Well, we found out in the very first inning that he had his control. Jim Wolford is the batter. And he takes the ball low and outside. Roy White is playing him fairly deep out in left field. Rivers shades him toward right, and the pitch is high. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Now Roy White comes in 2 or 3 steps. Stanley well over in the hole. Randolph shades him just a couple of steps towards second. Rivers, though, over toward right. And ball 3 just misses, 3-0. Now Figueroa is having a little trouble. We told you he's getting to a lot of full counts. Now he's behind 3-0. Walford has an infield hit and grounded out. He's 1 for 2, and he takes a strike, 3-1. Figueroa deals outside and high, ball 4. Well, Figueroa has given up only his second walk in the ball game. He had retired 12 men in a row until the walk to Wolford. And now the batter will be Al Collins. You know, again, looking at yesterday afternoon, I thought a tremendous play in the ball game came in the very first inning defensively, and again, Catfish Hunter fielding Amos Otis' bunt and throwing him out. Nettles would never have gotten to the ball. Hunter made a perfect play on him, threw him out, and incidentally, that is the play in which Otis got hurt. Was unable to continue that game and has missed this one. First pitch. Now to Collins, bounce to shortstop. Stanley on a nice hot throws to Randolph for the force at second, and that retires the side. No runs, no hits, a walk and a man left. We finished 5 in the score. The Yankees 3 and the Royals 2.
It was an idea whose time had come, and New York wanted it. The state legislature passed a new banking bill. The governor signed it. It's law. Now you can have your checking account of the bank that pays the highest allowable interest in your savings. The Lincoln. Free checking. No monthly charges, no minimum balances, no strings. When the Lincoln says free, we mean totally free. As long as you have $1 in the Lincoln savings account, you can write all the free personalized checks you like. No matter how many you write, you don't pay a cent. No matter how low your balance, there's never a service charge. And at the Lincoln, you can also have the comfort of a safety zone account. Your balance plus a $1,000 cushion. With the Lincoln Safety Zone account, you can write checks for up to $1,000 more than your balance without paying the $2 charge for overdrafts. When you borrow from your safety zone, your check is as good as if you had the money in your account. And interest on your safety zone loan stops the day you repay it. You've waited a long time for this. Call the Lincoln today. 782-6000. The Lincoln Savings Bank. 782-6000. Member FDIC.
All right, we hope that you'll be all set for Tuesday night when the series continues in New York. And we also hope you'll be set for the World Series. And to do that is to order your World Series tickets now by mail. The prices are $45 for box seats, $30 for reserved seats. There is a limit of 4 strips per customer. Payment will be accepted only by certified check, postal money order, bank cashier's check, express money order, or bank money order. World Series tickets, Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, 10451. Willie Randolph is set to lead off as we go to the 6th inning. Willie Randolph, a member of the All-Star team, is a rookie this year. He's 0 for 2 in this ball game, and he takes outside. In fact, Willie Randolph is the first rookie ever to have been listed on the All-Star team ballot. 1-0 deal. Fast and low from Paul Splittorff. Dick Hauser says that Willie Randolph is just about this far away, and I mean an inch, from being the best second baseman defensively in the league. He hits a ground ball to the left side of Potak. Freddie has it to throw to first, and he's out. The throw almost pulled Mayberry off the bag, but he kept his toe on. His momentum carried him off the bag, but the putout was made. Fred Stanley, the batter. Willie Randolph now, let's see, is the only Yankee to come to bat in the series without a base hit. Fred Stanley, meanwhile, has had 4 for 6. First pitch to Stanley, hit in the air, down the right side, chasing White, coming on, though, Poquette, the right fielder, and Poquette makes the catch. So there are 2 down.
the center fielder.
That'll bring up the top of the order, center fielder Mickey Rivers. Quick as walk, grounded out, and flied to center. The Yankees lead it 3-2. Yankee runs have been driven in by Gamble, Munson, and Chambliss. First pitch. Hit on the ground foul outside of first, between the line and Coach Elston Howard. Yankees have 3 runs on 9 hits. They have committed an error, a throwing error by Munson. Royals have 2 runs and only 3 hits. Next pitch coming. Pulled foul off the right side as Splittorff gave him a changeup, 0-2. And let's see, it looked like Rivers broke the bat on that one. And Joey D'Ambrosia, the Yankee bat boy, brings him out a new one. Hey, what a kid that is. Joey D'Ambrosia works hard. Yankees brought him along on this trip for the championship series. The 0-2 deal, fast and low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another packed house here in Kansas City, and they're not too happy right now. Pitch on the way. Hit on the ground, right side. Frank White plays it perfectly, throws to first in time. Frank White, the second baseman, throws out Rivers. The Yankees are 3 up, 3 down, and at the end of 5 1/2, the score is New York 3 and Kansas City 2.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaped for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm shaped for people.
Consistency makes a great beer, and Schaefer's consistently great tasting every single time because Schaefer's brewed the old world way. Kreuzening, we call it. Since 1842, Kreuzening, the extra step of brewing twice, has kept Schaefer consistently fresh and crisp, consistently great tasting beer after Schaefer beer.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaped for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm shaped for people. A Schaefer beer goes racing a thirst. Your last one tastes as good as your first. Go out and get a Schaefer, let the Schaefer people go. Go out and get a Schaefer, let the Schaefer people go.
Well, Tuesday night before the 3rd game of this championship series, Oscar Gamble's wife, Juanita, will sing the national anthem. And the Hawthorne Caballeros, American Legion Drum and Bugle Corps champions every year since 1949, will provide the pregame entertainment. And the Yankees on Tuesday night will officially open the left field bleachers section. The Yankees have purchased all the tickets for this section and will distribute them to city youth groups, especially the Police Athletic League, of which Manhattan District Attorney Robert Morgenthau is president. The building of the section was personally financed in part by Yankee owner George Steinbrenner and Larry and Zachary Fisher.
The third baseman.
Well, here comes George Brett, the third baseman, the American League batting champion this year. Brett had 3 hits off Catfish yesterday. He is 0 for 1 tonight off Figueroa. He is driven in a run with a sacrifice fly. Left-hand hitter that slaps the ball around. He does not have power. He had 7 home runs during the year. And the pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. Some say he had 6. But the official records say he had 7. The 0-1 delivery to him is hit in the air to center field. Rivers on his horse, and it's over his head, all the way to the wall. Brett going for second. He's going for 3. And the relay by Stanley not in time. A triple over the head of Mickey Rivers. So the Royals are in business. The tying run at third and nobody out. The Royals' bread and batter man triples over Rivers' head. I'd have to ask Mickey about it to be sure because we don't have a replay here, but it looked It really looked as if Mickey slipped on his first step going back. But he did not get good traction. And that is certainly not an excuse. The ball was simply hit over his head. John Mayberry, the batter. He is 0 for 2. And a fastball is inside. Mayberry has not had a base hit against Yankee pitching in his last 23 times at bat over the regular season and this series. Left-hand batter, the 1-0 to him, is lined out towards center field. That's a base hit, ties the ball game up. Rivers cuts it off barehanded, throws in quickly, and holds Mayberry to a single. So the Royals have tied it up. John Mayberry getting his first hit off Yankee pitching in his last 24th at-bat. And now Hal McRae, and activity will start in the Yankee bullpen. McRae, a right-hand batter, has walked and struck out. The stretch by Figueroa. The look to first, and the pitch is looped foul outside of first. Chambliss chasing, so is Randolph. Nobody gets there. Foul ball. Hal McRae has hit over 300 over the past 3 seasons. Right-hander Dick Tidrow gets up in the Yankee bullpen. Left-hander Grant Jackson joins Tidrow. No balls and a strike on right-hand hitting McRae. And the pitch to him. Fouled outside of first again. Chambliss chasing, and he cannot get to it. Ball fell in the photographer's booth down just in front of the first baseline seats. Tidrow and Jackson in the Yankee pen as Figueroa. We told you in the 5th, Figueroa started getting behind. He gave up 2 fly balls, and that is very unusual. Figgy usually has the ball on the ground. Now his 0-2 pitch coming. Inside a fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So the Royals have life. It's a brand new ball game. Nobody out and a runner at first.
Tidrow and Jackson in the Yankee bullpen.
Figueroa stretches, sets, kicks and deals. Fastball outside, 2-2. Although Hal McRae is a right-hand batter, the Yankees play him in the outfield well around to the right side. A tremendous gap in left center. The infield up the middle, hopeful of the double play. Mayberry at first, not fast. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Curveball is hit in the air down toward the right field corner. Coming after it is Gamble, and in fair territory makes the catch. So McRae is retired, 1 out. Mayberry holding at first base, and the batter will be Tom Poquette. Poquette is 1 for 2, and he's driven in a run. Willie Randolph, the second baseman, comes in to talk to Ed Figueroa. They'll play Poquette straight away with the outfield spread out. Roy White fairly shallow in left. Stanley and Randolph again in double play depth. Randolph a bit deeper than Stanley. Nettles a step behind the bag and wide of the line. Not holding on Mayberry. The pitch is hit in the air to left field. Long run for White. Still going. Over his head. Off the wall. The Royals will take the lead as Mayberry scores. Poquette goes into second base. And the Royals lead 4-3. So in this inning, 2 balls hit over the heads of Yankee outfielders. Brett hitting one over Mickey Rivers' head, and Poquette, a left-hand batter, hitting one over Roy White's head. And Billy Martin is on his way to the mound.
obviously getting his pitches up. He had a stretch from the first inning when Poquette got a single that he retired 12 in a row. Then he walked Walford, got Collins on a ground ball. But let's look back over the scorecard. He had 2 fly balls in the second, 2 ground outs and a pop-up in the third. He had 1 fly ball in the fourth. 2 of the outs in the fifth were fly balls. And now the ball is really being hit in the air here in the 6th inning. And that is going to be all for Ed Figueroa. Right-hand hitting Frank White is coming up, and it looks like we're going to have Dick Tidrow coming into the ball game. So I would have to say, just my own guess is that Figueroa just all of a sudden started getting his pitches up. Normally he's down here with the sinker and the slider, but the fly balls, I think, were the first indication of it. And then when you get balls hit over the head of Rivers and over Roy White's head in left field by a left-hand batter, the pitch has to be coming in sort of fat and high. So the Royals have taken a 4-3 lead in the ball game, and Figueroa goes out in favor of Dick Tidrow. So Figueroa works 5 1/3 innings. Billy Martin doffing his cap and blowing kisses to the booing crowd as he comes back to the Yankee dugout. Of course, there's a big story out here in the paper today quoting Kansas City third baseman George Brett as saying that Billy Martin, now this is just quoting George Brett, saying Billy Martin was shouting obscenities to him every time he came up to the plate. So the crowd came out here tonight very anti-Billy Martin. Every time he has made an appearance, he was roundly booed, starting with the introduction of the managers and the teams before the ball game. But just then, Billy responded by waving his cap and blowing kisses to the hissing and booing crowd as he left the mound. Figueroa, in 5 1/3 innings, gave up 6 base hits, and 3 of those 6 hits were here in the 6th. The other 3 hits were in the first inning when the Royals scored twice. They have scored twice here in the 6th. They are still in business with a runner at second and only 1 out. And Dick Tidrow, who did a magnificent job for the Yankees during the regular season, is now on in relief. Let's take a look at Tidrow's regular season record for the Yankees. He had 2 starts. He relieved 45 times. He won 4 and lost 5. He saved 10 and pitched to an ERA of 2.63. Tidrow struck out 65 men in 92 innings. Tidrow, sinker slider type pitcher, and he's ready to work to right-hand batting second baseman Frank White. Runner at second, 1 out, and a fastball is bounced to third. Nettles has it, holds the runner at second, throws to first, and White is out. So Tidrow on 1 pitch registers the 2nd out of the inning. Poquette holding at second, and Fred Patek is the batter. Fred Stanley, the shortstop, comes in to talk to Tidrow. Figueroa walked only 2 men in his turn on the mound. He struck out 2 men. And, of course, the 4 runs are charged to him. Figueroa is the pitcher of record. The runner at second base, Tom Poquette, is his responsibility. Patek twice is flied to center. The stretch by Tidrow. Right-hander's kick and pitch. Slider is swung on and missed for a strike. Tidrow picks up Munson's sign. Checks the runner. The 0-1 delivery. Another slider swung on and missed, strike 2. Tidrow, big, powerful man. The kind of guy that can really intimidate a hitter. Staring down from his 6'5" height. The 0-2 pitch, fast and low. Ball and 2 strikes. Boquette at second, 2 down. The Royals have taken a 4-3 lead here in the 6th. 1-2 delivery. Foul back, and that will be right in front of us. So this jam-packed crowd of 41,091 having something to cheer about here in the 6th inning. But as the man said, it ain't over yet. 1-2 pitch will be coming. Tidrow kicks and fires. Breaking ball hit on the ground is short. Stanley has. Throws to first. He's out of... Safe! Wait a minute! Juggled by Chambliss. Juggled by Chambliss. And first base umpire George Maloney right on top of it calls him safe, and there is no Yankee argument. The throw beat him. But Chambliss juggled the ball, and an error will be given to Chambliss on the play. One of those things you just can't explain until you talk to the player involved. The throw was there in time, but Chambliss juggled the throw. Runners first and third. Buck Martinez, the batter. That's the Yankees' second error of the ball game. And a strike is called on Martinez. Martinez twice has flied to right field. Chambliss did not argue the call. He broke off the field and quickly went back and had nothing at all to say on the call, so he knew he had juggled it. Now the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes on the catcher Martinez. Boquette at third. Patek at first. They play Martinez to hit the other way in the outfield, straight up the middle on the infield. Tidrow has his sign, looks at first, and throws over there, just a lob throw. Two on, 2 gone, no balls, 2 strikes on the right-hand hitting Martinez. Tidrow comes set. The runner from first goes. The pitch is hit in the air to shallow left. Long run for White. Still coming. He'll get there and makes the catch. And that retires the side. The Royals take the lead with 2 runs on 3 hits. There was a Yankee error and 2 men left. At the end of 6, it's Kansas City 4 and the Yankees 3.
Who's on first in mozzarella and ricotta? Polly-O, that's who. Polly-O is the first in mozzarella and ricotta cheese because Polly-O is the last word in quality and purity. Flavor, too, because the authentic Italian taste of Polly-O mozzarella and ricotta makes a delicious difference in dishes Italiano. Take the guesswork out of cooking Italian style. Go with the best sellers in Italian soft cheese. Creamy smooth Polly-O ricotta and easy slicing fast...
For the 7th inning here at Kansas City. The Royals have come back to take the lead 4-3 and ready with the play-by-play, my good buddy Bill White.
All right, Frank Messer, and Paul Splittorff so far has done some kind of job with the Kansas City Royals since coming on to relieve Denny Leonard back in the 3rd inning. Splittorff has given the Yankees nothing. And the Yankees will have Roy White, Thurman Munson, and Chris Chambliss against the left-hander here in the top of the 7th. The Royals have 4 runs on 6 base hits. The Yankees 3 runs on 9. Royals took a 2-0 lead in the bottom half of the 1st inning. Yankees came back with 1 run in the top of the 2nd. They went ahead 4-3 when they picked up 2 more in the top of the 3rd. Then the Royals in the 6th got a triple from Brett. A single by Mayberry driving in Brett. A double by Boquette driving in Mayberry from first base. They scored twice, and they now lead 4-3.
Leading off for the Yankees, the left fielder, Roy White.
Roy White is in. He's a switch hitter. He's in right-handed against Splittorff. And the first pitch to him. The fastball that tails outside. White has singled to left, and he's doubled to center, scoring a run. He's also walked, so he's 2 for 2. The 1-0 pitch is popped right side. Going back is Frank White, the second baseman. Coming on is the right fielder, Poquette. And Poquette makes the catch. White at the last moment got out of the way, and Poquette caught it down around his knees. And there's one away.
The catcher is Thurman Munson.
So with 1 out, nobody on, that'll bring on Thurman Munson, the catcher. Munson has bounced into a double play. He doubled in a run, scored himself in the third, and forced a runner at second base in the fourth. For the second year in a row, Munson passed the 100 mark in RBIs. Drove in 102 last year, 105 this year. And the first pitch to Thurman. Fastball bounced up the middle, stabbed by the pitcher. Splittor spins, goes to Mayberry, and they're 2 outs. Ball bounced hard up the middle, but Splittor flagged it down. So 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring on Chris Chambliss, the first baseman. Chambliss is 1 for 3, a single that drove in a run in the third inning. Infield plays Chambliss a pull. The outfield plays him just a shade toward left. Splittor winds, and the first pitch. Low a ball. On deck is Carlos May. Royals have a left-hander and a right-hander getting loose in their bullpen. Get on the ground, shortstop, backhanded by Potzek. Throw the first, will not be in time, and Chambliss has an infield hit. Ball was hit on the ground to deep short. Potzek was playing Chambliss to pull. He backhanded the ball, threw off balance, but Chambliss beat it out. Let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Don't ship a package with an air freight company. Ship it with an air freight system. Emory, the shortest distance between 2 points.
Oh, a challenge at first base, 2 outs. The batter is Carlos May. May has doubled, singled, and struck out. He's 2 for 3. Fastball is butted and fouled off into the Yankee dugout on the third base side. 1 strike on May. Carlos doesn't bunt too often. He's got breath. The third baseman wide at third and back a bit. He thought he might drop it down. The Royals have a 4-3 lead. We're playing the top of the 7th. Chambliss at first base with Mayberry playing behind him. They're 2 outs. Here's a set by Splittor, and the 1-strike pitch. Swung on and missed. Good slider. No balls, 2 strikes. Splittor had trouble with a tendon on his left hand, his pitching hand, and he's been out most of the year. Pitched a little bit against Oakland. Latter part of the season. Bounce to second base. Right there is Frank White. Digs it out. Throws on the first base. They've got Carlos May, and the side is retired. No runs, a base hit. 1 man left on base. Bottom of the 7th coming up. Royals 4, Yankees 3.
Yes, it's the time to say yes. At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Sure is easy to say yes to the affordable Chrysler Cordoba any time of the year. But right now, it's the end of the model year. And that means you can get a clearance deal on a luxurious Cordoba. Sound good to you?
Yes, yes, it's the time to say yes. At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
And Cordoba is one personal midsize luxury car that has a lot going for it, like many standard luxuries. No wonder Cordoba is the most successful Chrysler ever introduced. And right now, you can get a clearance deal that'll put you behind the wheel of a luxurious Chrysler Cordoba.
Yes, yes, it's the time to say yes. At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Get your year-end clearance deal at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Yes.
Well, the Yankees are accepting mail orders for World Series tickets. The prices are $45 for box seats and $30 for reserve seats. Please add $2 to the total order for postage and handling. Now, payment will be accepted only by certified check, postal money order, bank cashier's check, express money order, or bank money order.
made payable to the New York Yankees. There is a limit of 4 strips per customer. Mail to World Series tickets. Yankee Stadium, Bronx, New York, 10451. Now Jim Wolford will lead off for the Royals here in the bottom of the 7th. The Royals have a 4-3 lead over the Yankees. The Yankees have out-hit the Royals 10-6. The Yankees have also committed a couple of errors. Wolford is a right-handed batter. Slap hitter, not much power. And he's 1 for 2. Tidrow's first pitch is chopped to short. Backhanded by Stanley. Fires the first base in time. An excellent play by Fred Stanley, and there's one away. Oh, with 1 out, nobody on, the batter's Al Cowens, the center fielder. He singled to right, scored a run, bounced to short, and forced a runner. Cowens is 1 for 3. Cowens playing center field because Amos Otis, in bunting last night leading off, jammed his ankle, trying to beat it out as he hit the bag at first base. And Otis was introduced to the crowd tonight. He was in tennis shoes, so that ankle still giving him trouble. A severe sprain for Otis. Royals do not know when Otis will be back. Here's the first pitch to Cowens. It's a fastball, it's high. One ball and no strikes. Tidrow rocks, and the 1-0 pitch to Cowens. Swung on and fouled straight back. It's a ball and a strike. Cowens batted .265 on the year for the Royals. 3 home runs, 59 runs batted in. He scored the only run last night against Catfish Hunter, tripling into the right field corner and scoring, as the Yankees won last night by a score 4-1. Yesterday afternoon, rather. Chopped to short. Stanley's right there again. He's got a long throw. High, but then the ball is knocked out of the hand of Chambliss as Cowens hits the glove as he went by. Throw was high from Stanley. Chambliss caught the ball, tried to spin around and tag Cowens as he went by. But the force of Cowens hitting the glove of Chambliss knocked the ball out of his glove. And it's an error on somebody. We'll see if they give Stanley the error on the throw or Chambliss the error because the ball was knocked out of his hand. They might give him a base hit. We'll wait. Anyway, Cowens on at first base with 1 out, and the batter's George Brett. Error charge to Stanley. Throw the first base, and Cowens gets back. Give the error to the shortstop, Fred Stanley. The Yankees' 3rd error of the ball game. Brett 1 for 2 in the ball game. Tidrow sets, goes to first base again, and Cowens gets back. Cowens stole 23 bases this year for the Kansas City Royals. Now Tidrow sets. Checks the runner. Another throw to first base, and Cowens is back. Al Cowens at first base. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. The Yankees are down a run. The Royals 4. Yankees 3. Tidrow stops at the belt. And the pitch. Low. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, the rest of the games of this American League Championship Series will be played at the stadium. Of course, the Yankees hope that only one will be played at the stadium. As Tidrow sets, there goes Cowens. The pitch is swung on and missed. Throw the second is past the second base, not in the center field. Cowens up, he'll go on to third base. A stolen base for Al Cowens and an error on Munson, his second of the ball game. As Munson had to come up firing quickly, ball tailed just a bit on Randolph and went out in the center field. Cowens, after sliding in the second base, got up and went on to third. So the Yankees now will have to bring their infield in. The count, 1 ball, 1 strike on George Brett. Neto, Stanley, Randolph, and Chambliss, all about halfway. Here's a set now by Tidrow, and the 1-1 pitch is inside. 2 balls and a strike. Brett doesn't strike out that often. During the season, he was up 645 times. He only struck out 36 times. So he gets the bat on the ball. As Tidrow sets. And the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, bounced to first base. Chambliss has it. Throw home. They've got Cowens hung up. Munson chasing the third. Throws to Nettles. Nettles Misses him, throws now to Tidrow, and Tidrow makes the tag. And on the play, Brett goes to second base. That was a bouncer right to Chambliss. Cowan started home. Chambliss straightened up, threw to Munson. So that's 3-2. Munson threw to Nettles. That's 5. Nettles threw back to Tidrow. That's 1, and Tidrow made the put out. So the play, 3-2-5. Brett now on to second base.
The first baseman.
3-2-5-1.
Mayberry.
Brett at second base. 2 outs. And the batter, John Mayberry, who's fouled out twice to Nettles and singled to center, driving in a run. And he scored the go-ahead run in the 6th on a double by Tom Poquette. The Yankees are going to pitch to Mayberry with first base open. And then Tidrow backs off and time is called. 2 outs. Brett down at 6. Royals 4, Yankees 3. Bottom half the 7th inning. Infield playing Mayberry to pull. So's the outfield. First pitch. Swung on it on the ground. Randolph dives. He's got it. Throws to first base in time. Randolph made that play out in right field. He dove to his left, came up with the ball in shallow right field, got up and threw Mayberry out. An excellent play by Willie Randolph, saving a run. No runs, no hits, an error, and a man left on base. At the end of 7, the Royals 4, the Yankees 3.
To stand up to Joey Chitwood's precision stunt driving, it takes a tough tire, like the Sears steel-belted Silent Guard. Right now, you can save 33% on this long-lasting tire with 2 steel belts under the tread. Get steel-belted toughness and traction on your car now and save 33% plus federal excise tax. The Sears steel-belted Silent Guard, only at Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
We're Household Finance, and last year we helped over 2 million people get the most out of life, whether it was a dream vacation, a snowmobile, or a stereo. That's why we're here. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
Come on in, come on in, come on in, HFC.
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Well, we go to the top half of the 8th inning. The Yankees and the Kansas City Royals. The Royals lead 4-3. And the Yankees will send up Greg Nettles, Oscar Gamble, and Willie Randolph against Paul Splittorff. Yankees and the Royals playing to another full house here at Royal Stadium. They had 41,077 last night. They have 14 more people in here tonight, 41,091. Splittorff still out there throwing as we wait for the commercials.
Leading off, the third baseman, Greg Nettles.
Nettles has walked. Check that. Nettles has, yes, he's walked. He's flied to center field, and he's doubled to right. And he hit that double in the 5th inning against Paul Splittorff. Splittorff, the first pitch is down, low ball. Splittorff has given up 4 base hits to the Yankees since coming on in the 3rd inning to relieve Denny Leonard. Nettles can't check a swing. He goes too far. It's 1-1. Splittorff has always given the Yankees trouble. It's a tough left-hander. Here's the 1-1 pitch. He checks the swing, fouls it back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nettles led the Yankees in game-winning hits this year. He had 15. Of course, Nettles won a lot of games for the Yankees. Chambliss won quite a few games for the Yankees. Munson won a lot of games for the Yankees. So did Oscar Gamble. Hit on the ground, back up the middle. Charged by Potek. He plays a nice hop and goes to first base. There's 1 away. So with 1 out, nobody on, the batter's Oscar Gamble, who is single to left, driving in a run. He's also flied to center and flied to left. Gamble is 1 for 3. They said the Yankees have 3 runs on 10 base hits. They got 7 of those 10 base hits in the first 3 innings. On deck is Willie Randolph. Splitthorpe winds, and the first pitch to Gamble. Swung on, bounced foul, third base side. Gloved by the catcher, Buck Martinez. Well, a lot of Yankee fans parading signs around the stand. And every once in a while you hear the crowd react to that. They're pelting those kids with paper cups. Here's a 1-strike pitch to Gamble. Swung on, foul straight back. No balls, 2 strikes. Splitthorpe with the 0-2 pitch. Outside, 1-2. Close. And the wind and the 1-2 pitch to Gamble. Swung on, high bounces to third base. On the line, Brett has it, fires to first base, and they just snipped Gamble by an eyelash. They just got Gamble at first base. They're 2 outs. That'll bring on Willie Randolph, who has bounced into a double play, fly deep to left and bounce to short. Randolph is 0 for 3. Willie looking for his first base hit in this American League Championship Series. Royals 4, Yankees 3, playing the top of the 8th. Splitthorpe gets the outside corner with a fastball that tailed away. Every pitch now, these Royal fans reacting. And the 1-strike pitch. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Change up is high, 2 balls and a strike. Well, no doubt about it, Paul Splitthorpe came on in the 3rd inning and just slammed the door on the Yankees. The Yankees were pounding on Denny Leonard. Outside, 3-1. They'd gotten Leonard for 4 runs on 6 base hits. 3-1 pitch to Randolph. Low and outside, ball 4, so the Yankees get a base runner with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Willie Randolph walking. He's on at first base, 2 outs, and Fred Stanley now is going to be called back, and Lou Piniella will be sent up with a bat. Stanley, who went 3 for 4 yesterday and was 1 for 3 today, is being called back by Billy Martin, and Lou Piniella being sent up to bat for him. And that calls for a conference on the mound by the Royals. Buck Martinez, the catcher, out there, along with George Brett, the third baseman, and Paul Splitthorpe. Piniella was the designated hitter yesterday, and he went 2 for 4, both singles and both to left field.
Number 14.
Lou on the year batted at .281 for the Yankees. 3 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Oh, Billy Martin sent Gene Michael, one of the Yankee coaches, down the first base to talk to Ellie Howard. Now Ellie Howard is talking to Willie Randolph. Randolph on the year stole 37 bases for the Yankees. Now another conference as Lou Piniella calls third base coach Dick Hauser toward the plate, and he's talking to Howard. He's talking to Hauser. Randolph is talking to Howard. Now Piniella is ready to step in the batter's box. Mayberry holding on Randolph. Royals 4, Yankees 3, 8th inning. Willie Randolph at first base, 2 outs. As Piniella makes Splitthorpe wait for him. Outfield playing loose straight away. Here's a throw to first base, and Randolph gets back. Ball hit hard here can get between the outfielders, and Randolph has excellent speed. Willie takes a big lead there at first base. Splittorff checks. Throws to first base, and Randolph gets back. Right-hander Doug Bird out in the Royal bullpen. Also left-hander Steve Mingori out there watching the action. Pitch to Piniella. Strike on the outside corner. Hauser flashed a couple of signs to Randolph. Randolph took a quick glance at Howard. Now Willie takes a big lead there at first base. Splittorff checks it. The pitch. Pitch out, and Randolph was not going. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out. Yankees need a run here. We're playing the 8th inning. Royals lead 4-3. After 3, the Yankees led 3-2, but the Royals came up with 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Here's a set. And the pitch. Curveball is high. 2 balls and a strike on Piniella. On deck is Mickey Rivers. Now time is called. Once again, Martinez wants to go out and talk to Paul Splittorff. Now Mingori starts throwing once again in the Royal bullpen out in right field. Looks like Sparky Lyle throwing in the Yankee bullpen out in left field. Now Martinez back behind the plate. Splittorff looking in for sign. Now he stops at the belt. And the pitch. High. 3 balls and a strike on Piniella. Well, Splittorff in danger of walking Piniella and forcing the tying run down at second base. Now the left-hander sets. And the pitch. Swung on it in the air center field. Cowan started in. Now he goes back. He's there, and he's got it on the run for out number 3. Piniella hit the ball hard, but Al Cowens ran it down. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a man left on. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Royals lead the Yankees 4-3.
The Auto Club Emergency Control Truck is available after every game and is located in the
chocolate drink. Do yourself a favor, enjoy the super flavor of America's favorite chocolate drink. It's got real goodness, protein goodness, and cool refreshing taste. It's the top notch charge up that's non-carbonated. Doesn't even have to be refrigerated. So isn't it time to do Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? It's so delicious, Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo? Great chocolate taste, so refreshing. And Yoo-hoo contains high-quality protein made from 99% fat-free milk. Yoo-hoo is not carbonated. Needs no refrigeration before it's opened. Get Yoo-hoo and keep your action going. So isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo? Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. It's so delicious. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo is another fine product of Iroquois brand.
A little note on Paul Splittorff. This is the longest he's pitched since July 27th. The last time he was out there was the last day of the season when he went 4 innings in relief. But he's done some kind of job here tonight. Al McRae will lead off for the Royals here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Royals lead 4-3. So far, Yankee pitchers have done an excellent job against McRae. He's 0 for 6 in the series. Catfish struck him out twice yesterday, got him to pop up and line out. In fact, he lined the Nettles to end yesterday's ball game. And he's 0 for 2 here tonight. Right-handed batter. Tidrow's first pitch, high chop at a third. Right there's Nettles, straightens, fires the first, and there's 1 away. Now 1 out, nobody on. That'll bring on Tom Poquette, the right field, and he'll get a hand because he's driven in half the Royal runs. Singled in a run in the first, line to center field in the 4th, and double in the go-ahead run in the 6th. So he's 2 for 3. really spread out for Poquet around the outfield as he takes low a ball. Normally here, you sort of bunch the guys in the alleys to cut down the extra base hit, but the Yankees have to spread out for Poquet. The 1-0 pitch to him. Outside and high, 2 balls, no strikes. Looking ahead, the Yankees will have Rivers, White, Munson at the top of their batting order in the top of the 9th. Here's a 2-0. High and away, 3 balls, no strikes. Dick Tidrow in relief of Ed Figueroa. Tidrow came on in the 6th. Here's a 3-0. Low and in, ball 4. Oh, Poquet on at first. There's 1 out. And the batter, Frank White, the second baseman. White's 0 for 3. Bounced to third, struck out, bounced to third again. In fact, White was the first guy Tidrow faced when he came on in the 6th inning. Got him to bounce to third. Frank batted just under .230 on the year for the Royals. He had 2 home runs, drove in 36 runs, 46 runs. And he takes inside a ball. Now the set by Tidrow. Throw the first base, and Poquet gets back. Tidrow ready again. Checks the runner. And the pitch. Runner going, and it's fouled off. It was a pitch out, and White reached across the plate and just got a piece of that ball and fouled it down the right side. Poquet will have to go back. Yankees evidently have the Royals signs, or they think they have. They pitched out yesterday and caught a runner. Got Patek trying to steal in the 8th inning. Heads-up play, though, by White. He just got a piece of that pitch out. So it's a ball and a strike on the second base. Throw the first base, and Poquet is back. Now Tidrow is ready. The pitch runner's going again. Line foul right side, and Poquet once again will have to go back. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes on White. Whitey Herzog playing aggressively here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Of course, the Royals lead 4-3, so Herzog can afford to do that. They really haven't gotten too many base hits so far in both games. They got 5 yesterday against Catfish Hunter. They have a total of 6 here tonight, but they lead 4-3. Yesterday, they got 4 singles and a double against 4 singles and a triple against Hunter, as Hunter beat them 4-1. Now the set. Throw the first base, and Poquet is back. Tonight they have 4 singles, a triple, and a double. Here's the 1-2. Swung on line. Base hit, right center field. Poquet around second. He'll go to third. Rivers comes up with the ball and gets it into Randolph. And the Royals once again threatening here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. They got runners at first and third, only 1 out. And the batter, the shortstop, Freddie Patek. Now Nettles wants to talk to Tidrow. Yankees, of course, will have to be alert for the squeeze bunt. Patek's a pretty good bunter. The Yankees will bring their infield in. Mason moved in to play shortstop at the beginning of this inning, replacing Fred Stanley. Lou Piniella had batted for Stanley and made the 3rd out of the 8th inning. Oh, the Yankees, Nettles, Stanley, Randolph, and Chambliss around the infield. They're in short. They're in close. Pitch to Patek is a pitch out. One and 0. On deck is Buck Martinez, the catcher. Nobody getting loose in the Yankee bullpen. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike on Freddie Patek. Tidrow looking in for a sign from Munson. Now he sets. The pitch. Swung on line. Base hit right center. 1 run will score. White around second. He'll go to third. Gamble bobbles the ball, and Patek goes on to second base. Throw into second. Got away from Randolph, and Jim Mason ran it down. Well, the Royals now lead 5-3. They've got runners at first and second as they give Oscar Gamble an error for allowing Patek to go to second base. Still only 1 out, and the batter is Buck Martinez. That's the 5th error for the Yankees in this ballgame. Once again, the Yankees bring their infield in. Tidrow sets, and the pitch to Martinez. Swung on and missed. Well, in yesterday's ball game, it was the Royals playing erratically as their third baseman, George Brett, made a couple of errors in the very first inning, allowed the Yankees to score a couple of runs. But the Yankees have spread their errors out in this one. They made 1 in the first, 1 in the 6th, 2 more in the 7th, and 1 here in the 8th. As Tidrow sets, the 1-strike pitch. Curveball is swung on and missed. No ball, 2 strikes. Patek down at second base, telling Martinez to try to hit the ball to the right side. Buck is 0 for 3. He's hit the ball to the right side twice, and Gamble's made the catch. Loops it to right field, going back to Chambliss and Randolph. Chambliss can't get to it. Base hit. 1 run scores. Patek around third. He'll score. Now nobody's covering first base, and Martinez gets back there as he had taken a big turn around first. But with Randolph and Chambliss trying to chase that ball down, nobody could cover first. Well, the Royals now lead 7-3. Buck Martinez with a little looper out into right field. Yankees had their infield in. Nobody could get to it. So Martinez picks up his first base hit of the series, and his first run's batted in, and the Royals now lead 7-3. And that'll bring on Jim Wolford, the left fielder. Still only 1 out here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. The Royals have scored 3 times as Wolford takes low. Some fans downstairs start shouting, "We're number 1." And the next pitch is hit on the ground in second. Randolph up to Stanley for 1, and no throw back to first. That's Mason, not Stanley. Mason couldn't get the ball out of the glove, and they do get the force at second, 4-6. Wolford on at first with a fielder's choice, and the batter will be Al Cowens, the center fielder. And let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee, home of champions radio network.
This is WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. Hi, I'm John Sterling, and sports is a big part of Real People Radio. Real people like Thurman Munson, Dr. J. Julius Irving, and Dennis Potvin. WMCA, sports for all seasons.
Al Cowens. He's 1 for 4, right-handed batter. Here's the first pitch to him. Runner going inside a ball. Munson, the ball comes out of his glove. And sliding into second base with the stolen base is Jim Wolford. Oh, it's been all Royals as they're playing aggressive baseball here tonight. It's their 3rd stolen base. Now the set by Tidrow. And the 1-0 pitch. Swung it on the ground at third base. Nettles digs it out. Long throw across the diamond. They've got Cowens on the side retired. But the Royals score 3 times here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. 3-base hit. There was one Yankee error, and at the end of 8, the Royals lead the Yankees 7-3.
If all you need is money, come on into HFC.
Is there something you want that would make your life a whole lot easier, more enjoyable? An HFC shopper's loan could be the best way to get it. Come on in and ask about a shopper's loan. Household Finance, an equal opportunity lender.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Hi, this is your old country and western buddy, Dorsey Burnett. Hey, I'd like to get a little personal with you for a minute. You know, even if you shower twice a day, you can't wash away jock itch. What you need is something made especially for jock itch, and that's Cruex. C-R-U-E-X. Cruex medicated powder relieves the itching, the chafing, the rash. And because it's medicated, it can fight the cause of that itch. So if you suffer from chafing, rash, or jock itch, get Cruex. C-R-U-E-X, and get relief.
Your attention, please.
Now Steve Mingori comes on here in the 9th inning to pitch for the Kansas City Royals. He's the third hurler used by the Royals. Mingori, like Splitthorpe, is a left-hander. Denny Leonard started for the Royals. Yankees got him out of there in the 3rd inning. And all 3 Yankee runs are charged to a right-hander, Denny Leonard. Splitthorpe came on in the 3rd and pitched excellent baseball. He pitched 5 2/3 innings, and he is the pitcher of record for the Yankees. Ed Figueroa, their starter, is also the pitcher of record. Oh, Steve Mingori from right here in Kansas City will have to pitch to Mickey Rivers, Roy White, and Thurman Munson here in the top half of the 9th inning. The Royals trying to tie the American League Championship Series up at a game apiece.
Leading off for New York, the center fielder, Mickey Rivers.
So Splitthorpe went 5 2/3, gave up no runs on 4 hits. He chalked up 1 strikeout and walked 2. So Mingori in now, and he's got to deal with Mickey Rivers, who has walked, bounced to second, fly to second, bounce to second again. This is a bounce to the shortstop. Potek is there. Hurries his throw on the first base. They've got Rivers. 1 away. Now the Royals now just 2 outs away from tying this championship series up. Roy White's the batter. Roy is 2 for 3. It was White's double down the left field line yesterday that sealed the victory for Catfish Hunter and the Yankees. First pitch to White. He fakes a bunt, takes a strike. On deck is Thurman Munson. Well, some of these Royal fans feel this game is in the bag. They're leaving. Swing, foul straight back. 2 strikes on White. Well, the Royals gave the Yankees fits all year. They won 7 of the 12 games played between these 2 clubs. As Mingori rocks, kicks, and deals the 0-2 pitch. And it's outside, a ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch to White. Curveball is low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mingori hurt his knee in the brawl between the Oakland A's and the Kansas City Royals near the end of the season. But he's all right now as the 2-2 pitch comes on to White. Swung on, drilled deep down the left field line, but it'll hook foul way back in the seats, so the count remains. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mingori now gets new ball. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back. Now White backs out. They play Roy straight away. Infield and the outfield. And the 2-2. Curveball is inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Left-hander Tom Hall. They call him the Blade. And right-hander Doug Bird warming up for the Royals. Payoff pitch to White. Hit in the air, center field. Cowens to his left waiting. He's there, and he's got it. And there are 2 outs. This place will really erupt once the 3rd out is made. Thurman Munson is all that stands between Steve Mingori and the final out of the ball game. Munson is 1 for 4. Here's the first pitch to him. Swung on, chopped foul outside of third base. 2 men out, nobody on. Royals 7, Yankees 3, top half the 9th inning. Mingori looks at Martinez for a sign, and the 1-strike pitch. Curveball on the inside corner, a called strike 2. Well, Doc Ellis will be pitching for the Yankees Tuesday night at Yankee Stadium. Whitey Herzog has tentatively picked Andy Hassler, a left-hander. Two strikes on Munson, 2 outs, nobody on. Mingori 1 pitch away. And the pitch. Curveball, looped into center field, going back as Potek can't get to it. Knocks it down, and Munson will be at first base. Oh, the Yankees have life. A little looper in the shallow center field. Potek went by, went back, hit the glove, bounced out. Oh, Munson's on at first. And we'll wait, and it's a base hit for Munson. His 2nd of the ball game. And his 3rd of the series. Oh, with 2 outs. Munson at first base. The batter is Chris Chambliss. Pitch to Chambliss, hit on the ground, past the first baseman out in the right field. Munson will hold at second base. Oh, the Yankees haven't given up. They've got runners at first and second, 2 outs, and the batter is Carlos May.
The designated hitter, Carlos May.
Well, you Yankee fans earlier in the year saw the Yankees come from an 8-0 deficit with Frank Tanana on the mound in the, is that the 8th inning or 9th inning, Bill Kane? 9th inning. Tie that ball game up. They lost it in 11. But they can score a lot of runs and score them quickly. Runners at first and second, 2 outs for Carlos May. May has doubled and singled, struck out, bounced to second. He's 2 for 4. Left-handed hitter chokes way up on the bat. Pitch to him. Curveball is the strike. Set by Mingori, and the 1-strike pitch. Swung on and missed. No balls, 2 strikes on May. Mingori, Ben Ford gets the sign. Now he's set, then the 2-strike pitch. Swung on and missed. Carlos May goes down swinging, and the ball game is over. Yankees no runs on 2 hits. They leave 2. Final score, the 2nd game of the American League Championship Series. The Kansas City Royals 7, the New York Yankees 3. I'll be back with a wrap-up in just a moment.
Go on, dog. You're a hard-headed fish. You've got wind on your feet. Get yourself up. Go on, dog. You're gonna win every time. With a going airline. Get yourself up. Go on, dog. If
you're a businessman who's going places, Ozark is your airline. Our number one priority is to get you where you're going as quickly, comfortably, and efficiently as possible. That's why we plan our flight schedules and connections for the business flyer, and why we'll arrange for a rental car ready to go at your destination. If you're a businessman who's going places, Ozark is your airline.
Now, go Ozark Evening Jet at 6:10 p.m. to Washington with through service to Champaign-Urbana, Peoria, and Springfield, Illinois.
Well, the Kansas City Royals playing aggressive baseball took a 2-0 lead in the very first inning against the Yankees on a single by Wolford, another hit-and-run single by Cowens. Sacrificed, that's the hit-and-run single by Cowens, then Wolford to third base. George Brett got to Wolford in with a sacrifice fly. Then Tom Poquetto had a good night with 2 base hits and 2 runs batted in, single to right field drive against Cowens. Yankees fought back with a run in the top of the second. They went ahead with 2 more in the third. Went ahead 3-2, but the Royals right back in the bottom of the 6th with 2 and 3 in the bottom of the 8th to put it away. The Royals won it by a score of 7-3. And I'll be back with more wrap-up right after this.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaped for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm shaped for people.
Consistency makes a great beer, and Schaefer's consistently great tasting every single time because Schaefer's brewed the old world way. Kreuzening, we call it. Since 1842, Kreuzening, the extra step of brewing twice, has kept Schaefer consistently fresh and crisp, consistently great tasting beer after Schaefer beer.
I want a beer like no other beer. I'm shaped for people. I want flavor that won't disappear. I'm shaped for people. A Schaefer beer goes straight to your thirst. You'll have one taste as good as your first. Go out and get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people first. Go out and get a Schaefer and be Schaefer people first.
Well, once again, as it has been all year long, if Mickey Rivers does not get on, the Yankees have trouble winning. Well, Rivers got on in the first inning with a walk. And White single to left. Munson bounced into a double play, and Leonard got out of trouble by getting Chambliss to bounce to second. Rivers did not get on the rest of the time. He bounced to second, fly to center, bounced to second, bounced to short. So Rivers went 0 for 4. And White, who bats behind Mickey, got 2 hits. Munson batting behind White got 2 hits. Chris Chambliss batting fourth got 3 hits. Carlos May batting fifth also picked up a couple hits. But since Rivers was not on base, those hits went for naught. Yankees picked up a total of 12 hits, but they still lost at 7-3. Royals had 7 runs on 9 base hits, no errors. The Yankees 3 runs on 12 base hits. They committed 5 miscues as their defense simply became unglued here this evening. The Royals also stole 3 bases against the Yankee batteries. Paul Splittor, pitching 5 2/3 of excellent relief, won it. He won it in relief. Ed Figueroa lost it. So the series now is tied. 1 game for Kansas City, 1 game for the New York Yankees as it moves back to Yankee Stadium on Tuesday. The executive producer of Yankee Baseball is Mike DiTomaso. The associate producer is Enos Carnesecca. Our engineer, Dan Bartolucci. Lines and network facilities were arranged by the Robert Wold Company. Join us again. Our next Yankee playoff broadcast will be on Tuesday night when the Yankees meet the Kansas City Royals at Yankee Stadium. Airtime 8:10. Join us in the on-deck circle. That'll be at 8. This is Bill White for Frank Messer and Phil Rizzuto saying so long from Royal Stadium out here in Kansas City. Once again, the final score. The Kansas City Royals 7, the New York Yankees 3.
Today's game has been brought to you by Chrysler Plymouth. It's the year to say yes to Motor Trend's Car of the Year, Chrysler Plymouth Volare. By Gabriel. No matter what you drive, no matter how you drive, there's a Gabriel shock for you. Gabriel, King of the Road. By Colonial Yankee Franks. The only Franks sold at Yankee Stadium are now available at supermarkets everywhere. Buy Schaefer Beer. Go out and get a Schaefer. Be Schaefer people too. Buy Household Finance. A good place to borrow money. Buy Getty Premium and new Getty Unleaded Regular. the higher octane gasoline with the lower prices. And by Lincoln Savings Bank, the bank who makes friends for life. The Lincoln Savings Bank in Brooklyn, Queens, Nassau, and Manhattan.
Arnie, I'll bet you anything I know more about sports.
Oh, Frank, are we going to go through this again?
Come on, Arnie, ask me anything about sports. Anything.
Okay.
Anything.
Who hit the most home runs in a 154-game season?
Except that.
What?
Ask me anything except that one.
Oh, Frank, this is ridiculous. It was Babe Ruth with 60.
Go ahead, ask me another one.
You're a masochist, Frank. Did you like getting beat up as a kid?
Come on, Arnie.
Okay, name one of the world's only undefeated heavyweight champions.
Good question.
Frank, don't you listen to Sports Phone yet? I read the papers and listen to the radio, but I also dial 212-999-1313 for all the scores, late-breaking sports news, interviews with players and coaches, and the famous Quickie Quiz.
Was it James Jeffries?
No, Frank.
Jack Johnson.
Goodbye, Frank.
Sonny Liston?
Frank, it was Rocky Marciano.
I really think it was James Jeffries.
New York Telephone Sports Phone. 212-999-1313. It's where sports know-it-alls learn it all. Sports Phone is a service mark of Sports Phone Incorporated.
Rouse Communications in New York.
Hey, what do you say? WMCA. WMCA. We listen to.
Hello there, everybody. This is Mel Allen. For approximately the next half hour, a little bit better, we'll be sitting here with some post-game patter and chatter. And if time permits, we'll have a brief fan fest, all brought to you with the compliments of Getty Premium and new Getty Unleaded Regular, the higher octane gasoline with the lower prices. Well, those of you who listened to the entire ball game know the story. Those of you who didn't, let me just say that before a packed house of 41,091, a few more people than they had in yesterday's opener at Royals Stadium when they had 41,077, saw the Royals stage a comeback to even the divisional playoffs by taking the Yankees into camp by a score of 7-3. Both teams started out aggressively. The Yankees started out well, but they finished poorly. The Royals started out well, fell behind, and then finished very strongly and came out on top. And so now each team has won one game, and the scene shifts to Yankee Stadium starting Tuesday night, and it becomes now a case of winning 2 out of 3 to win the American League pennant. Tonight, Ed Figueroa, who won 19 games for the Yankees, was the starter on the mound against the Royals' Dennis Leonard. And in the very first inning, it looked as if the Yankees might be on their way to taking 2 straight from Kansas City, doing the same thing that Cincinnati did to Philadelphia in Philadelphia this afternoon by winning their second straight game from the Phils, when Mickey Rivers, who's the guy that seems to start things going for the Yankees, drew a walk off Dennis Leonard, a native, by the way, of these parts. He lived up around Yonkers and went to school in New Rochelle, graduated Oceanside. His folks now live in Brooklyn. Rivers walked after working count to 3-2, and he seemed to have Leonard tremendously concerned, as he would any pitcher. A fellow who can steal bases like Rivers, that's one of the objectives of a good base stealer. They kept pitching out. They kept throwing over. But Rivers kept getting back. Meantime, that distracts the pitcher. And Roy White, who was the batter, finally worked the count to 3-2, and finally he singled to the left, hitting the ball to the opposite field, and Rivers had to stop at second. And that brought up one of the candidates for the most valuable player in the American League, along with a fellow like Mickey Rivers. Thurman Munson. Munson, if you'll note, and perhaps have noted, is a great first ball hitter. And he swung the first ball but fouled it off. And Leonard eventually fell behind on the count. And at that point, Galen Cisco, the pitching coach for the Royals, went out to the mound to talk to Dennis Leonard and sort of settle him down. In the meantime, Paul Sprithorff had gotten up in the bullpen. Things looked rather dark at that point for the Kansas City Royals. But whatever Cisco said to Dennis Leonard had its effect. For Thurman Munson hit to short into a double play. 6-4-3. Rivers went to third on the double play. Leonard then got Chambliss to ground out to second, and the Yankees failed to score after that tremendous threat. Then came the last half of the first inning, and the Kansas City Royals, before their home fans, down one game in this best 3 out of 5 series, knew that they had to do something. They didn't show any nervousness, even without Amos Otis in their lineup. As you know, he had a sprained ankle in yesterday's ball game, and it's pretty tough to lose an outstanding player like that at any time, and in particular, a short playoff series. Wolford opened up by beating out a bouncer to short, and that was one of the key plays of the game as you look back, because the ball took a very high bounce on that tartan out in Kansas City, and though Stanley reached up high and grabbed it, he was unable to throw out Wolford. And Al Cowens came up and singled to right, sending Wolford to third. Then George Brett, the American League's leading hitter, hit a fly ball to left field, a sacrifice fly that scored Wolford with the first run of the game. The crowd roared, of course. The Royals were leading at that point 1-0. And John Mayberry coming to bat. And though he had not been hitting lately, everybody was hopeful. But then their hopes were dashed when he fouled out to third. But Hal McRae, the batting champion of the American League, drew a walk. Cowan stole second while McRae was at the plate and continued on to third on an error, a throwing error charged to Munson. The Yankees committed 5 errors tonight. Their usually strong defense really hurt them. And then Poquette, after McRae walked, singled to right, scoring Collins, and so Kansas City got 2 runs on 3 hits in the first inning and led the Yankees by a score of 2-0. Undaunted, the Yankees came right back in the second inning and got one of those runs back when Carlos May led off and got a double to left off Dennis Leonard. Nettles walked, and Gamble followed with a single to left, scoring May. It looked as if the Yankees might come up with a big inning in the second inning, just as it looked as if they might in the first inning. But Randolph grounded to short to Patek, who stepped on second through to first for a double play that broke the back of the rally. And Stanley, who'd had 3 hits yesterday, popped out to short, and the Yankees only got 1 run. Meantime, Ed Figueroa began to settle down. He retired the Royals in the last half of the second inning in order. In fact, as I checked my scorecard, counting the last man in the first inning, he retired 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 men in a row before he walked Wolford in the 5th. And then he got Al Collins with the 3rd out. In any case, through the first 5 innings, the Yankees were leading 3-2 because in the 3rd inning, they came up with the tying and leading runs when with 1 out, Roy White doubled to center. Munson doubled to right to score White. Chambliss singled to right to score Munson, and that made it 3-2 for New York. They knocked out Leonard. Whitey Herzog, the Royal skipper, came out and brought in, it was a tremendously good move on his part at that point, Paul Splitor, who had been injured during the course of this season, former 20-game winner, and the left-hander put out the fire. He got Nettles and Gamble, and though the Yankees came up with 4 hits, they got only 2 runs, but it was enough to put them out in front 3-2. And the way that Ed Figueroa was going, that 3-2 lead looked pretty good until the last half of the 6th inning. And in the last half of the 6th inning, Kansas City aroused a sleeping crowd of over 40,000. You didn't hear much noise out there, and you can't blame those fans. They're great fans in Kansas City. There are a lot of Yankee fans out there, too. At one time, Kansas City was a Yankee farm club when they were in the American Association some years ago. George Brett, led off by hitting a line drive. He really teed off on that ball and hit it straightaway center over the speedy Mickey Rivers' head. A 3-bagger. And that was followed by a single off the bat of Mayberry. And that tied the score at 3-all. At this point, Billy Martin signaled to the bullpen and had Tidrow and Jackson get up and start to warm up. After McRae had been induced to fly to right field, Poquette doubled over White's head in left field, scoring Mayberry, and that made it Kansas City 4 and the Yankees 3. And that was all for Figueroa, who went 5 1/3 innings. He gave up 6 hits and 4 runs. And the score remained 4-3 until we came to the 8th inning. The Yankees are still in the ball game, but they couldn't do anything with Paul Splittorff, by the way, who, after coming in to relieve in the 3rd inning, as I check my scorecard here, he allowed an infield hit in the 3rd. He gave up a double to Stanley in the 4th. A little bloop double to right, walk to White in the same inning with 2 outs. He gave up a double to Nettles with 2 outs in the 5th. Retired the Yankees in order in the 6th. Gave up 1 hit in the 7th. Gave up a walk in the 8th. So he did a tremendous job of pitching, and Steve Mangiore came in the 9th inning to finally get the Yankees out after retiring the first 2 men, Rivers and White. Munson and Chambliss kept the Yankees' hopes alive with singles to center and right, respectively, but Carlos May struck out to end the threat. And so the totals: Kansas City, 7 runs, 9 hits, and no errors, and the Yankees, 3 runs, 12 hits. The same number of hits they had yesterday, by the way. And believe it or not, 5 errors. It was a different sort of a ball game than yesterday's was considerably. Not because of the final score alone. It took a long time to play, for one thing. Yesterday's game moved rapidly as Catfish Hunter did a tremendous job. He had the old fastball moving with good velocity and was able to pinpoint it with great control. And his opponent, Gura, also had great control, and they pitched in a hurry, and the game moved along in a hurry. In fact, the Yankees got a couple runs in the 1st inning and were leading 2-1, got 2 more in the 9th to ice yesterday's game. And so today, in reverse, Kansas City took the lead. The Yankees moved ahead of them. Kansas City came back in the seesaw struggle to go ahead by 1 run, and then in the late inning, the 8th, really iced it. And so it's now 1 game apiece in this 3 out of 5 divisional playoff. And so The scene will shift to Yankee Stadium, where the next game will be played on Tuesday night. Game number 3 in this series. And the pitchers have already been named. Doc Ellis for New York and Andy Hassler, a left-hander, for Kansas City. Now, we'll be talking a little bit more about this ball game, about the game played this afternoon between the Phillies and the Reds, and maybe give you some football scores and take some phone calls right after this word from our sponsor.
If you're like most buyers of regular gasoline, you probably think unleaded gasolines just don't perform. Sure, unleaded gives you a nice, clean engine, but it just doesn't have the pep of your regular, or for that matter, the low price. Well, you regular buyers are in for a little surprise. Introducing Getty Unleaded Regular. Getty's unleaded gasoline has a high enough octane to be classified a regular. Most unleadeds don't. Yet Getty Unleaded Regular actually sells for a couple of cents less per gallon than most other major no-leads. So if you want the octane performance of regular and the clean running smoothness of unleaded for a couple of cents less per gallon, you want Getty Unleaded Regular, Getty Premium, and now Getty Unleaded Regular. We've got what's best for your car.
WMCA, New York, New York.
This is Mel Allen with a little post-game chatter and banter, and we've got some time to hear from some of you folks in case you'd like to call in. Our telephone number here at WMCA Radio Dialogue is 489-1155. If you live outside the New York City area code of 212, well, that's the area code that you dial, 212, and then 489-1155. First of all, let me talk a little bit about this afternoon's game that took place in Philadelphia when Cincinnati won its second straight and put the Phillies in a terrible hole, because now the scene shifts to the home of the Big Red Machine, and all they need is one win out of the next 3 games to take the National League pennant. The outcome of that game, won by Cincinnati 6-2, seems to revolve, and a lot of the post-game talk and those who write, all of that seems to center around one play, and that's first baseman Dick Allen's critical 2-run error on a line drive hit by Tony Perez in the middle of the ball game. Jim Lonborg was working on a no-hitter and a 2-0 lead when the roof caved in on him in the 6th inning. It started with a walk to Dave Concepcion. Dan Dreesen batted for the winning pitcher, Pat Zachary, and hit a routine grounder to second baseman Dave Cash. But Concepcion was running on the pitch, and instead of being wiped out in a double play or force, he was safe at second and in scoring position. And Pete Rose, and what a ball player he is, singled Concepcion home. Ken Griffey followed with a line drive single. Lonborg was taken out, and in came Gene Garber, who walked Joe Morgan, who, by the way, might be named the MVP for the 2nd year in a row. He was walked intentionally to load the bases. And then up came Perez, who lined a shot off Allen's glove, scoring both Rose and Griffey. Morgan went to third on the play and then scored on George Foster's ground out. And the Reds added 2 more runs in the 7th to put the icing on the cake. Greg Luzinski, incidentally, had a home run for Philadelphia in the 5th inning. And now the Reds will send Gary Nolan to the mound day after tomorrow, and the Phillies will have to rely on Jim Cott to keep them from being completely eliminated. As I said, there's been a lot of criticism of Dick Allen on that line drive that bounced off of his glove. he was charged with an error on the play, on the ball hit by Tony Perez. Allen says that he was moving toward first base because a pickoff play was on, and the line drive that went for a single and an error would have gone for a double or a triple had he not been moving toward first base. Philadelphia manager Danny Ozark said that the ball was catchable. But Cincinnati's manager, Sparky Anderson, was much kinder. So was Perez, because they wouldn't buy that. Cincinnati manager Anderson said it's a crime that Richie Allen should be blamed for something that he didn't do. But that's what makes horse racing, as they say, a difference of opinion. But anyway, Cincinnati won it 6-2, and tonight Kansas City beat the Yankees 7-3. But Cincinnati needs only one win, and Kansas City and the Yankees are both in the same boat now. They need 2 out of 3. And the Yankees have the edge that goes with playing at home as the scene shifts to Yankee Stadium on Tuesday night. And now let's take some phone calls. 489-1155, our number here on WMCA Radio Dialogue. Hello there.
Hello.
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 Well, we have both said hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What can we do for you?
Is this Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to know. I haven't been listening to all or watching all the Yankee broadcasts.
Yes, sir.
But I would just like to know one thing.
Yes, sir.
It appeared to me that Thurman Munson appeared to have been throwing sidearms. Whatever he made a throw down to second base.
You're absolutely right. He was not throwing well tonight.
Can you please tell me what's the reason for this?
Not being out there, I couldn't. If I were out there, I would have been able to have found out by now. But I can only speculate. And if you want me to speculate, I can. There's no point in that. I always believe in the old philosophy. Anybody's entitled to a decision, but first of all, you should know the facts.
That is correct, but I thought perhaps maybe...
But you're absolutely right. He was not throwing well.
I just thought perhaps maybe he had an injured arm.
Well, he did have earlier in the year, and something may have happened out there, maybe the chill in the air. I don't know. As I say, I can only speculate. I have no absolute first-hand knowledge at this point. I guarantee you I will have tomorrow when they work out in the Yankee Stadium. I'll be out there. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Hello, Mel?
Yes.
Yes, this is Richie from Bay Ridge, Brooklyn calling.
Hi, Richie.
How are you? It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
Now, here's my question.
Yes.
The Yankees were in Kansas City tonight, the 2 games they played there. I imagine before they went into Kansas City, they would have been happy with a split.
Well, they still are. That's all Billy Martin wanted.
Right.
When I say wanted, I mean he would settle for that.
Right.
For the one win. Naturally, he would want them both.
Right.
Any manager would, but he's happy to settle for the one out of the 2.
Now.
Yes.
Okay, he got the split, but being the breakdown in the errors, do you think this could carry on to New York, where the Yankees, they lost the game 7-3, but the 5 errors, which I think might have an effect on them, like a breakdown almost. Do you think this will carry over to New York?
Oh, no, it's just one of those nights. For example, there were a couple of errors on one play. And Munson's throwing, for example, resulted in a couple. But I don't think that'll carry over because they've got a pretty good defense.
They do. And
they had an excellent defense yesterday. It's just one of those days.
I think they made a record. Which I'm sure they're not proud of, having 5 errors in a playoff.
You're absolutely right. Nobody likes to make them, but you do make an error, don't you, once in a while, and I do too.
Certainly. Okay, thank you very much, Mel.
Thank you a lot.
Right, good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello, Mel?
Yes.
I couldn't understand one thing in the game.
I couldn't understand, but what is it you couldn't understand?
Yeah. Well, I was watching the game, and when Billy Martin came out to take... Ed Figueroa, the fans were booing. And as he walked back to the dugout, he tipped his cap, and waved and blew kisses. and the camera...
Well, that was just having fun with the fans. I mean, inside he was seething, don't you know? And the fans were sort of booing him, getting on him. And rather than make any obscene gesture or something like that, I admire him for not doing it. He just tipped his cap, and walked on.
Yeah, but even in the dugout, the camera showed him, smiling, and I can understand as a Yankees fan,
Well, are you implying that he was happy at that point?
I don't know what to think. I wish I could ask.
Well, I can tell you he was very unhappy. Quite naturally, anybody that's out to win and they're losing and things are not going well, they're very unhappy. But having a smile on your face is not indicative of what's in your heart. And another thing, being a leader, you want to show your men that you haven't given up the ship yet.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming the Yankees make it against the Reds, don't you think that would be the best series in a long time?
Well, it should be. The Reds have a lot of power, but I think the Yankees have the depth in pitching, and their defense is pretty good despite the 5 errors this evening.
Yeah.
Actually, while the errors cost them, I don't think it cost them the ball game.
No, it didn't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Don't forget, our number here is 489-1155. WMCA Strauss Communications, Radio Dialogue, area code 212 if you're out of the area, and we'll be right back with you after this message.
If you buy unleaded gasoline, you may have noticed that lead isn't the only thing missing. It's probably pretty low on performance, too. That's because most unleadeds just don't have a high enough octane rating to give you the performance you want, the performance you used to get from your regular. In fact, according to standards set by the American Society for Testing and Materials, the people who set gasoline standards used by the federal and state governments, only 3 unleaded gasolines have a high enough octane to be called regular. To help you choose between these 3, one of them usually sells for less. Getty. Getty Unleaded Regular gives you the clean running engine you expect from an unleaded, plus the octane performance you want. And you pay less than you would for most other major unleadeds. Now think a minute. Why settle for an unleaded gasoline that's below regular when you can get one that's regular? Getty Unleaded Regular. Once again, we've got what's best for your car.
Before I take the next call, perhaps some of you like me to run down the football results. There's so much action today. The playoff game in Philadelphia, the playoff game in Kansas City tonight, and a quick rundown of the pro football games. The New York Jets finally won their first game of the year, their first home game. In the final 48 seconds, a field goal by Pat Leahy enabled them to defeat the Buffalo Bills 17-14. Joe Namath played the first half, got hurt, and Dick Todd came in and played all the second half. The Baltimore Colts beat the Miami Dolphins 28-14. And in the big opening at Meadowlands, the Dallas Cowboys defeated the New York Giants 24-14. Kansas City 33, Washington Redskins 30. How about that one? The Cleveland Browns, and listen to this, 18. The Pittsburgh Steelers 16. The Steelers just can't seem to put it together so far this year. Cincinnati, 21. The Bengals, 21. And the Tampa Bay Bucks, nothing. Detroit Lions, 30. The New England Patriots, who've been nothing short of amazing, 10. So the Lions finally have taken care of the Patriots, 30-10. The Minnesota Vikings, 20. The Chicago Bears, 19. Houston defeated Denver 17-3. The New Orleans Saints 30. The Atlanta Falcons nothing. And the Green Bay Packers, under the guidance of Bart Starr, 27. The Seattle Seahawks 20. The St. Louis Cardinals took the Philadelphia Eagles into camp 33-14. And the Oakland Raiders trimmed the San Diego Chargers 27-17. Cincinnati beat Philadelphia 6-2. in baseball, in the divisional playoffs in the National League, and Kansas City got even with the Yankees, winning tonight by a score of 7-3. Our telephone number here at WMCA Strauss Communications Radio Dialogue is 489-1155. And if you need an area code, it's 212. Hello there.
Hello, Mel.
Yes.
I have a question that pertains to a recent series between the Yankees and the Orioles that was played in Baltimore.
I wasn't there, so I don't know whether I can answer it or not. I'll try my best.
Okay, Mel. It happened to do more with a ruling than an individual play.
Yes.
The Yankees ended up using Catfish Hunter as a batter in that particular game.
That was never... Yes, I know what you're going to get at, but go ahead and finish it.
Now, it's my understanding with the DH rule that what had happened was Martin was taking out a player and inserting the DH as a player. And if that's so, the pitcher then becomes a batter, and the only place for him to have batted would have been in the spot where the player had been removed. And the media made such a big deal over it, I seem to think that they just didn't understand the rule.
You're right. I talked to the umpires, and a mistake was made. Okay?
Okay, Mel.
Thanks a lot for calling. All right. Hello there.
Hi, Mel. How you doing?
Fine. How you doing?
Okay, fine.
Who got your overcoat on?
My overcoat? No, I'm pretty warm over here.
That's good. A little chilly tonight.
Yeah. If the Reds play the Yanks, who do you like?
Well, I've always made it a practice not to predict, because I've never bragged about being a seer, S-E-E-R. You and I could sit here and talk for an hour or 2 hours about why one team might beat another. But when you're around the ball players yourself and you played ball yourself, you know how impossible it is to predict things. Who thought the Yankees would make 5 errors tonight? Here was Catfish Hunter yesterday being the Catfish Hunter of old. But 10 days ago, you wouldn't have known that. In other words, who knew that Stanley was going to get 3 hits yesterday? These are things that you cannot know from a standpoint of logic, and so when you ask me to tell you who is going to win, let me say this. If you knew, without any doubt, who was going to win, I wish you'd tell me, because I'd like to be a millionaire by the time it's all over.
No, I don't know.
But you understand what I'm trying to get at. I would say this. Cincinnati, obviously, has got great power up and down that lineup. Every man is a star and experienced. Starting from Pete Rose leading off. You know, if you want to go around the lineup, Johnny Bench is having somewhat of an off year. He's having some problems. But he's still an outstanding ball player. He's not the best catcher in baseball as a result of his performance this year, but he's still in there catching. And Perez is a most underrated guy. He gets his 90 runs or better batted in every year. You've got Morgan at second base, who won the MVP last year and could easily win it again this year. You've got Concepcion, one of the finest shortstops in the major leagues. You got Pete Rose, who doesn't mind getting in front of any kind of a ball. He's a better outfielder than he is a third baseman, but he's a good enough third baseman. He gets his 200 hits or better. He's a tremendous competitor. And so it goes. You know, you can name the 3 outfielders. The only thing that they're lacking in compared, let's say, to the Yankees is depth in pitching. That's the Yankees' strong point. And the Yankees have come along with Stanley's improvement defensively and Randolph, a rookie, now having played a full season. They've got and Nettles having a tremendous year at third. And I'm talking about defense. And with Rivers back in center field, the Yankees have an excellent defense. And in the final analysis, what you really win on is defense. And if your pitching comes through the way it is expected to, then that can always beat power. That is as a general rule.
Well, now, considering what you just said, in all your years of watching baseball, would you pick out a team that you would say was better than the starting 8 on the Reds right now?
Well, I'd have to stop and think, and I don't have the time on the air because it's a little bit too bad. If I had a whole list of names in front of me of all the various teams, I could certainly pick one out. But I could pick out a Dodger team, I'm sure, a Cardinal team, several Yankee teams that could top them, yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, of course.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I never saw those early teams, but...
Well, I'm not... How early do you think I'm talking about?
Oh, I guess you're going back to the 50s and...
Oh, well, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, the Red Sox, the Boston Red Sox had some teams that were just outstanding.
One more question.
Yes.
About Dick Allen.
I mean, when you had fellows like Ted Williams and Bobby Dorr and Vern Stevens and Johnny Pesky and Dom DiMaggio and Al Zarilla, as an example, they had power and defense, had great pitching. You had Parnell and Kinder that headed a pitching staff, and of course you go to the Yankees. I deliberately don't go to the Yankees just so people won't think I'm being partisan.
Right.
I'd rather go to some of the other ball clubs.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you one more question?
Yep.
About Dick Allen. Now, I feel that Dick Allen is having a bad effect on the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't think he should be in there.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, but I can assure you he wouldn't be in there if Danny Ozark thought he was, because he's let him get away with a number of things.
Yeah, well, do you think he's performing up to par, or what's going on?
He's not performing this year the way he has in the past, but he's still better than anything else they've got, or else they'd have him in there.
Yeah.
And it's that simple.
Okay, Mel, great talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
Okay, fine.
Hello, this is Mel Allen, WMCA, Strauss Communications. Our number, 489-1155. A little postgame. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I just want to, before I get into anything, I just want to say I've been listening to you for all my childhood and everything else. I think you're the greatest. And
are you out of your childhood now?
Yeah, 30 years old is out of your childhood.
You haven't begun to live yet, man. Life begins at 40, they say.
Well, if I keep on watching these games I watched tonight, I don't know.
Well, every once in a while you have an off game. But it was a pretty good game there for a while, up until, they broke it open.
It was until, we collapsed at the end.
Well, it was the same way yesterday, but in reverse. It was 2-1 until the Yankees broke it open in the ninth.
Well, that's the point I want to make.
It was a better ball game yesterday all the way around. Both teams were playing good balls. Good pitching was just much better.
That's the point I'd like to make.
Yes.
One thing, I've been a season ticket holder all year. I've seen just about every ball game the Yankees have played.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't see it, I listened to it. One thing I'd like to say, and I'd like to get your opinion on it, is I really, all I've heard is the Yankees pitching. I really think the Yankees pitching is way overrated.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I don't think it's overrated. Overrated over what? Catfish Hunter didn't have one of his better seasons. He had a bad arm. Let me just finish now for a moment. He still won 17 games, 3 short of 20. And though he lost 15 games, there were a number of games in there that he might have won had on that given day his team gotten him some runs. Ed Figueroa won 19 games. And Doc Ellis came over from Pittsburgh. He settled down, and he did a tremendous job. They had 5 good starters, and they had 2 good relief men, in Tidrow and Lyle. Lyle's first half of the year was outstanding, and he slowed up somewhat in the second half of the year, but then right toward the end, he began to get his good stuff back.
Right, but look at the unrun average, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going back to the early 60 Yankees, you know?
Well, may I interrupt you? I have to, in the interest of time.
Yeah.
Don't always look at numbers. For example, a fellow like Yogi Berra, who's now in the Hall of Fame, and Tommy Henrich, whom I think should be, were not 300 hitters. They were like 275, 280 hitters. But they would hit when it counted. And so the numbers are not always indicative of a man's efficiency and proficiency. Okay?
But there was a sense of class then.
Well, they got class here now, too. You know, you want to be argumentative, I believe. I understand your point, and I wish I had more time to go into it more in depth. But Joe McCarthy, for example, let's go back when they had Gomez and Ruffing and Lou Gehrig and Frank Crissetti and Red Rolfe and Bill Dickey. That was plenty of class. And he didn't care about 20-game winners. He liked to have 5 or 6 pitchers. And he'd like to have a lot of 15, 16, 17-game winners rather than 3 20-game winners and 1 good relief pitcher. He wanted a couple of good relief pitchers and give him 5 guys or 6 guys, you know, could win 15, 16 games, and that's the way he worked it.
Well, how do you see the rest of the series, Mel?
Well, again, you're asking me to speculate.
Right.
I would give the edge to the Yankees on the basis of their pitching and defense, and particularly on what Mickey Rivers does. If he can get things started, if he can get on base, starting an inning particularly, I think the Yankees can take 2 out of 3 at home. Nice chatting with you.
Do I have one more?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't got time because my time is due to my sponsor, and I'd like you to hear from them right now.
Recently, a survey was taken of the prices of premium gasoline. The survey covered hundreds of service stations in the northeastern United States. Virtually every major oil company was included. Right now, I'd like to tell you the results of that survey. In Portland, Maine, Getty Premium sold for less per gallon. In Boston, Getty Premium sold for less. In northern New Jersey, Philadelphia, and New York, Getty Premium sold for less. In fact, in every state where Getty gasoline is sold, the survey showed Getty Premium sold for less per gallon than most major premiums. More premium gas for your money. That has to be the best mileage ingredient you can buy. So the next time you pull in for gas, pull in for Getty Premium gasoline. Getty. Once again, we've got what's best for your car.
I want to thank all you people who took the time to call up and say hello. I wish we had a lot more time, but the old second hand and minute hand keeps moving around. Long John is coming up pretty soon, and I just want to remind any of you who may have tuned in late that the Kansas City Royals, who took a 2-0 lead over the Yankees in the first inning, fell behind as the Yankees got 1 in the second, 2 in the third to lead 3-2 with Ed Figueroa doing the pitching. Splittorff relieved Leonard, who is the starting pitcher for Kansas City, and he got knocked out in the third inning, and then Kansas City knocked out Figueroa in the 6th inning when the Royals got 2 to go ahead of the Yankees 4-3, and they broke the game wide open in the 8th inning with 3 runs and won it by a score of 7-3. The final totals being Kansas City 7 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. The Yankees 3 runs, 12 hits, and believe it or not, 5 errors. Munson having some throwing troubles, among other things. Yankees got the same number of hits that they got yesterday when Catfish Hunter defeated Larry Gura and the Royals by a score of 4-1 with 2 runs in the first inning and 2 in the ninth. And so the scene now shifts. And by the way, Figueroa was the losing pitcher and Paul Splittorff in relief. 5 2/3 innings of magnificent relief pitching got the win. The scene shifts now to Yankee Stadium for game number 3 on Tuesday night, with Doc Ellis, a right-hander, scheduled to be on the mound for Billy Martin and his boys. And for the Kansas City Royals, they're going with another left-hander, Andy Hassler. The game will be on Tuesday evening. John Sterling and I will be on with the pregame show at 7:15, and I'll be on right after the game with some post-game chatter. And I hope you'll be listening. I hope we'll have time to talk to you as well. All brought to you by Getty Premium and new Getty Unleaded Regular, the higher octane gasolines with the lower prices. Goodbye, everybody.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York.
News at the hour, on the hour, from American Information Radio. This is Don Fisher, and at this hour, President Ford's campaign manager...